That should be, yeah.
The guy in Monmouth, Illinois, with Monmouth Scots football, Monmouth Roseville Titans basketball and football, who just had a great season as well. We'll have him on next, and we'll have Coach Roble, Joe Murdian, the guru of I8FA football fans lore. He's going to be with us. We have Coach Payne on as well. We'll have a couple other special guests, and then we will have Kyle Kampmeyer from NUIC football here as well. So we got a great show for you. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys can tune in. The game should be a good one. We got Amboy and Milledgeville. The two teams have kind of changed their ways a little bit. The loss early in the season for Amboy kind of got them pointed in the right direction. You'll hear Coach Payne talk about that a little bit later. Same thing happened for Milledgeville. They lost to Polo and then righted the ship here in the postseason last week in a semifinal win against Polo as well. So we got a lot of fun, a lot of stuff coming your way. We're here at April Zorn Memorial Stadium in Monmouth, Illinois. It is Monmouth College's home stadium. It's a beautiful place. If you've never been here, you should come watch a Scots game. I hear they're pretty decent. They did just barely miss the playoffs this year, but they are in a bowl game. They play in that bowl game tomorrow. I'm sure Mr. Temple. We'll talk a little bit about that here in a few minutes. So with that, we'll take our first break of the night. We'll get Sean Temple in here and talk to us right after this. You're watching the I8FA State Championship Game 2024 on TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH. I hope I'm clear. I'm going to turn around and see if I'm clear. Looks like the commercial maybe isn't playing.
Different things that if you worked at a bigger hospital, you may not be able to see. You know, work is not just about the job, it's also about the people that work alongside you. And we have the best teamwork. They're like a second family. Sometimes you can't get that feeling other places.
Legend going to join us, Sean Temple, and I tried to raise the bar really high for you, Sean.
I'm scared to go on right now after that kind of introduction. There's no way I can live up to that.
Hey,
there's no way.
You know what? I had to try to bring you down a little bit because I knew you were going to be better than me when you got on here. So I had to set your bar really high.
Okay, all right.
See how that works?
How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Doing great. Championship night, huh?
It is. It's awesome.
Championship night. That is awesome.
You've got to call some pretty good football this year, haven't you?
Yeah, had Monmouth-Roseville. They made a nice little run there. Got knocked out in the first round, but made a nice run. 8-1 in the regular season. I got to do some Scots football. They were 8-2 in the regular season themselves. So 16-3. I only got to call 3 losses this year.
Like got to or had to?
I had to.
Yeah.
It was my fault. I'm taking the blame for that. So,
yeah. Well, you know,
like a good coach takes the blame for the losses, I take no credit for the wins.
There you go. Announcer's jinx. It is every time, right?
Yep. I'm big on the announcer's jinx.
This place is always beautiful. But, man, this new field looks really nice here.
Looks really nice. I know the first opening game we had against Wartburg, they flashed those lights on, and that nice bright red they have now in the end zones and kind of that curves around the end zone a little bit, that red really pops at night here. Looks really sharp.
Yeah, it's awesome. And this is a great place. I mean, this is not a big college, but it's a beautiful campus here, and the facilities here are phenomenal.
Yeah, I grew up in this area, so even before all the improvements, I remember the old Monmouth College, and then just through the years, they've just gotten more and more improvements, and the college looks great itself, the campus looks great, the facilities are top notch, the football field's amazing, the Huff Center with all the facilities they have in there is awesome. It's an amazing college. I had my older son played some baseball here at Monmouth College, so we spent some time on some campuses.
You know, and the thing about this place is it's a small school, but the donors come in and help. And, for example, the Huff Center and this April Zorn Memorial Stadium, these kind of schools need that kind of help. But they take full advantage of it, and they don't skimp on stuff. This place is beautiful, and the Huff Center might be the nicest place. I'm going to say the nicest place for a college of this size, maybe in the country, definitely in Illinois. And it might be better than a lot of 4A or 1A schools.
I thought you wrote the check for all that.
Negative. I couldn't even write a check with 1 and zeros behind it for that.
It's great for recruiting. I talk to the coaches all the time here on campus throughout the school year, And it's awesome for recruiting when you come see this. I mean, there's probably not a whole lot of Division III schools. Some are, but there's probably some Division III schools that don't have these kind of facilities, and it's great for the recruiting angle.
Jeff Border is going to be on here a little bit later, and he was shaking his head saying, nope, not all of them have that. That's a voice of experience, I might point out. So
I feel very fortunate.
Of course, it was 30 years ago or whatever, but we won't talk about that. Yeah, it was. So speaking of 30 years and growing up here, it has to be pretty cool for you as a local guy to be able to call local sports on a radio station that still covers a lot of local sports.
Yeah, it is. I was actually just talking, ironically, I was just talking about this at the radio station with somebody earlier today, that you feel like you're more of the program. You feel like you're more of the broadcast when you've had kids that went to school here. And I went to school locally at Yorkwood. Not around anymore. I went to school at Yorkwood back in the old days.
So does United mean a little more to you?
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, of course. Back when it was Yorkwood and Warren, I never thought in those days they would actually combine someday as bigger rivals as they were. But it sure has worked out really good at United. But it means a little more. And you know, calling area games. You've been around this area forever too. It just means a little more when you're doing schools you feel connected to.
What about this 8-man deal? I know you haven't seen a ton of it, but you've got to see West Central quite a bit through the years. You don't get to travel as much because you do all the other stuff, but this 8-man stuff is pretty fun.
It is very fun. We get at least one, and we try to get two, but West Central didn't have, I think they only had one Saturday game, so we got that Bushnell-Prairie City. You guys were there that day, too. I remember chit-chatting with you guys there. So we try to get one or two on, and we follow them on their run, just like you did a couple years ago. By the way, it's a lot warmer than it was that night here.
Yes, everybody's complaining about it being. Look at this guy. Speaking of that time,
there he is. There's West Central right there.
Yeah, Mr.
Coach Kirby. Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, yeah, it's a little warmer. I'm guessing that Coach Kirby doesn't even care how cold it was that night. That would be my guess. It was cold. Hey, you want to come on here a little bit? Okay, we'll get Coach Kirby on here in a little bit.
I get the chance to talk to that guy once a week on Wednesday mornings.
Whether you want to or not,
it's my favorite
right?
interview of the week. McDonald's, there you go.
Well, I tell you what, I probably ought to let you get out of here. You got some Coach Elder walking by, all kinds of coaches walking by in here.
Yeah, this is I'm just going to hide now with all this knowledge in
I know,
here.
right? They make me feel dumb every time all these guys walk by. That's why I leave it to Chris and Jeff and Wyatt this year to do the game. Everybody's like, why don't you do it? And I said, these guys are more knowledgeable and better than me, so let them do it.
Hey, before I go, I got to say, I got to give you guys a shout out. I don't think there's anybody in the state, media-wise, that does the 8-man thing like you guys do at TSSR. Kudos to you guys and your entire staff. I'm seeing now what it all takes to get this thing put together. Nobody does it like you guys.
We got a lot of people here tonight. We're supposed to have 5 cameras, had an issue, so we're only going to have 4 cameras, but we're going to have a replay on 3 of them. It should be a lot of fun. We'll see how it goes. Got a bunch of people that I worked with last year when I did Western stuff that are from Western that are here helping. Got some of our good people that help with our high school stuff mixed in. Got some great people from Milledgeville, a couple camera people from Milledgeville who do the stuff up there. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. And,
takes a village.
It does take a village. That's right. So that'll do it for Sean Temple. I think you lived up to it. I think you did fine.
Thank goodness. Man, that was a lot of pressure.
He gets a 10. Chris and Border say you get a 10.
No stumble on the landing or anything? Nice.
Not even a trip. So we're going to go and take a break now, and we will hear from Coach Roble, who was able to come up and talk to us a little bit earlier. You might be able to see it behind us. Kids have been out on the field, and I think they're gone now, but there have been some kids out on the field throughout the night. So we'll take a break now. You're watching the I8FA State Championship game live from April Zorn Memorial Stadium at Monmouth College in Monmouth, Illinois, here on TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH.
Have a great call, my man.
Thank you.
You get the opportunity to see so many different things that if you worked at a bigger hospital, you may not be able to see. You know, work is not just about the job, it's also about the people that work alongside you. And we have the best teamwork. They're like a second family. Sometimes you can't get that feeling.
Did you kill us, mic-wise?
I started doing radio for Bushnell in 07, and finally 2 years ago.
And we're back here with Coach Roble. Man, did you kill our mic?
Night. Yeah.
And Milledgeville is here.
That's awesome.
Hey, I know you've wanted to say that.
Oh, yeah.
For a long time.
Yes, sir.
Couldn't get past that quarterfinal deal. you found your way past it now.
Yeah, we sure did. It's an amazing feeling. Kids worked hard. We had that, second round sort of monkey on our back, and went down to Ridgewood this year and played a heck of a game, and then had our rivals down the road come to Milledgeville last week and came out victorious again, and now we're here. So, the community loves it. The kids are having a blast. It's been a fun week.
First time at a state championship in football for Milledgeville. You're the coach. How special is that for you?
It's very special. I'll be honest. If I could be the second coach, I would. 2008, Coach Harchie, he had been Milledgeville coach for 30 years. He had the opportunity to have his last game in the state championship. We went to the semifinals. We were up 18-0 in the first quarter, and we ended up losing. So I wish that would have been our first. I was on the staff then. My heart still breaks for Coach Harchie. But it's an amazing feeling that I get to be part of this.
You've got some kids that do a lot of things, and you got to the postseason, especially second week of postseason, quarterfinal round. You throw a book at people that I think anybody expected. Carter Livingood in at quarterback, and you guys have done nothing but roll since then.
Yeah, Carter's a heck of an athlete, probably the best athlete on our team as far as, just strictly a football player. And he's smart. He's a great leader. He's got a great arm. He's tough. And you want the ball in the hands of your best player as much as possible, and that's what we've done. Coach Grenoble, he calls offense, and he was talking about all summer, hey, let's try Carter at quarterback. And I said to him, hey, Coach, when we play teams that maybe sacrifice from their line for their backfield, we usually do pretty well against them. So who's going to block for Carter? And so that was something we had to develop. And as the season went on, we had some guys step up. We had a couple new faces to the line that really developed, and we felt, all right, now's the time. Kyson Francis, as a freshman quarterback, stepped in and did a great job all season. The kids bought in. And my hat is off to Kyson because he just said, if I'm not quarterback in the postseason, that's fine. I just want to win football games. And he stepped back in a supporting role to Carter, and he has not pouted about it one bit. So my hat's off to that young man.
It's easy to do that when you're winning, of course, but it still says something about a kid, right, that did so much for you guys during the regular season, and then playoff times, the roles reverse.
Yeah, like I said, he is his maturity level for a freshman. The kids around him all season bought into what Kyson was doing, and we knew that we need that little extra bump in the playoffs. Kyson has a great arm. He did great in the offense. He just wasn't much of a run threat, being a freshman, and so we felt that was something our game needed, and Carter fulfilled that.
Now, you guys were the number 6 seed.
Mm-hmm.
You lost to Polo in the regular season, just like Polo lost to you guys in the regular season last year. You flipped it and reversed it on them this year. But you got past that quarterfinal round. Were you concerned last week that maybe there'd be a letdown because you got past that? You got that monkey off your back, so to speak. Were you concerned about that at all?
Maybe a little bit. There's always that concern. You just never know how. I mean, I say it all the time to people, adults. They're high school kids. You never know who's going to show up and how they're going to show up. So I was concerned a little bit about it, but this group has been very motivated. I know last year's Polo loss in the second round really stung. We still have stuff on our whiteboard from the end of the season. We still haven't erased from last year that we've stared at every day for a whole year. And so in my mind, I knew the kids had the right mindset that they wouldn't have a letdown because they were still hungry. But you just never know, as a coach. But we started that game in a flurry. First play from scrimmage, take the ball, 87 yards for a touchdown, and that gave us the confidence, I think. And from that point forward, our guys were on a mission.
You got a really tough team in Amboy who's experienced here,
Mm-hmm.
which helps. But being inexperienced maybe isn't a bad thing either because you're so excited you're going to be playing as hard as you can play. What is that a concern for you at all at this point, or is it just pretty much we're playing for a championship, we're going to play our best anyway? I
think the one area that I think might be a little bit of concern is, just kids are out there having fun right now, getting used to the field. I think the big thing is controlling our emotions to start the game. You don't want to play so enthusiastic, so amped that you don't do your job, that you don't play disciplined, or you have a silly penalty. So that's the area we really got to play within ourselves to start the game. I think, obviously, being here for the third year in a row, this is sort of old hat for Amboy. This is just probably another game to them. And as coaches, we were just sort of on the bus talking like, hey, this right now just feels like another game, and we're hoping the kids feel that way as well. But then they elevate their game, obviously, because it is more than just any other game today.
One last thing. What's the key for Milledgeville tonight?
I think start fast and play our game. You know, don't get so being nervous in the spotlight that we think we do more than we have to. You know, play our game and do what we do all season long and protect the football. That's one thing we've done. Played great defense and been executing on offense. That's things we've done all season long. And tonight, that's going to be huge for us.
Coach, good luck. Congratulations on getting here, and we'll talk to you tonight. Either way, but hopefully for your sake, it's after a win.
All right. Thank you, sir.
We'll be right back on the pregame show right after this. Here to April Zorn Memorial Stadium and Monmouth College and Monmouth, Illinois. And Jeff Bordich, you're going to see in just a few minutes, was talking to me and started to make a wisecrack, which is no surprise at all. We're here with Joe Murdian from the Illinois 8-Man Football Fans, and, of course, you do a whole lot more than that. A lot of time on the radio, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're here tonight for WLT Radio, cover both Amboy and Milledgeville some. So excited to have these two teams here, and I think it's going to be a fun game, Dwayne.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun, too. You've had a lot of fun this year. Your guys' podcast has grown a bunch, and you put a lot of work into that whole trying to figure out who's going to play where and when and who's going to beat who and where the seeds are going to fall out. And things kind of went, I think, as most people thought this year to getting into the seeds, but I don't know if this is what everybody thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of had a lot of the top teams pinpointed early in the season where they might fall in the bracket. And, Amboy, the defending state champ, being, kind of that top of the bracket, they kind of had to go through the South teams to get here, where Milledgeville maybe had a little bit tougher road having to beat Ridgewood and Polo.
Right.
But, if Milledgeville gets this done tonight, they definitely will have earned it, that's for sure.
We've saw some great football players, though, playing 8-man football this year. There's no doubt about that, obviously. You talk about the South, maybe people still aren't giving it, maybe, or is it quite where the North is? But Carson Wart's a real deal, isn't he?
Yeah, no doubt about it. That game he had in the quarterfinal round was just amazing. And obviously that game last week against Amboy, he still had some good carries that Amboy was just ready for him, and they knew what to do against him, and they kind of ran into a buzzsaw there. But give Amboy credit. They played real well down there at Pawnee last week to get to this point.
Yes, they did. And I talked to Coach Payne earlier, and we're going to play that interview next. And he said that looking back on the season, that loss to Ridgewood might have been the best thing that could have happened to them at that point in the year. And you hear coaches say that, and they kind of, is it true, is it not? They've played really good football since then.
Right, I would agree with that, Dwayne. At the time, like that Thursday night, it probably didn't feel that way.
Right.
But looking back, I've said the same thing to several people. I've talked about it on my podcast, talked about my broadcast partner on the way down here. It's kind of like it was, it got the Amboy kids refocused, I'll say, where I think they just kind of maybe, I don't want to say on cruise control, but, 16, 17-year-old kids nowadays can get that way. And I think that loss gave Coach Payne and his staff plenty of motivation to get those kids refocused. And I agree. I think that loss really did do Amboy good.
Yeah, when 16 or 17-year-old kids are on their 17th straight win on the football field, it tends to get you going a little bit, I think obviously they're focused. The team that is maybe equally as focused as Milledgeville.
Right.
They had so many hurdles to get here. You talked about the fact that they had to beat Ridgewood, they had to beat Polo. They just had to get over that quarterfinal hump that they had been on for the last however many years, and then they had to beat their biggest rival in the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. And I think getting over that quarterfinal hump was maybe the biggest thing. It was something that everybody was well aware of, Milledgeville and people outside of Milledgeville, because Milledgeville in their fourth year now, 8-man. Every year, I think a lot of people felt, hey, Milledgeville's got what it takes to get to Monmouth.
Right.
But they just haven't gotten there yet. And this year, they finally got over that hump. And you saw, it was like last week against Polo, that monkey was off their back. And just like those kids were playing focused and relaxed. And again, like I said, they definitely earned their trip here to Monmouth this year.
It took some kahunas to change their offense like they did in the second round of the playoffs, catch everybody off guard. And that might have been the difference in that Ridgewood game because they caught them off guard early.
Right.
Coach Elder and the rest of the crew responded, but they just couldn't get back.
Yeah, and I think in the past where Milledgeville it's great those numbers you put up passing the ball during the regular season, but when you talk to Kyle here in a little bit, he'll probably say the same thing, but, running football wins in November,
Right.
and I think Milledgeville's finally kind of understands that, and I think that switch, and I've got to think, Dwayne, they've probably been working on that, maybe starting after the loss to Polo, maybe,
Right.
And, maybe getting some more upperclassmen with the ball in the backfield. The freshman quarterback, Kyson Francis, had a great year. He really did. But, you get those juniors and seniors with the ball in their hands, crunch time. That's what it's all about.
2 more things before I let
Yep.
you go. I get asked all the time, do you notice that it's not 11-man football? You call a lot of 8-man
Right.
games. I tell everybody that once the game starts, I don't even notice it.
No.
I mean, they hit hard, they run hard,
Yep.
they run over people. I don't even notice it.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. You really don't even think about it once you start watching it. The whole idea of 8-man football is for these schools to still have football.
Right.
That's the bottom line. And the good teams are still pretty darn good football teams. And you don't. You'll hear a lot of people say they're not even thinking about it now. Maybe the first year they were like, oh, this is 8-man football.
Right.
But now it's like, oh, Amboy and Milledgeville for the state championship, or Milledgeville and Pole in the semifinal. Like, people aren't even thinking that there's only 8 guys out there once the game starts.
Right. Now, I lied. There was going to be 3 more.
Okay.
This is the next to last one. Talk about the guys with your podcast and Illinois 8-man football
Yes.
fans. You guys have continued to grow that, and you're doing it every week. Now you're talking about doing some off-season stuff.
Yep.
How has that come, and how good is that relationship with you guys? Because it seems like you guys really get along great.
Yeah, we really do. Patrick McPherson, the station general manager at WLT, it was his idea kind of a year ago, and we just started. He's like, hey, guys, I got an idea. Let's try this. I'm like, all right, yeah, let's give this a try and see what happens. And then we brought Bob Pilling on this year, and we kind of put him in charge of maybe getting some more information from the southern teams. We had the information from the northern teams with our location in the Polo, Amboy, Milledgeville area. But Bob's come on. Patrick coordinates the whole thing, and yeah, we usually keep the show at about 45 minutes to an hour, but Dwayne, I tell you what, it'd be easy to talk 2 or 3 hours every week when you got 15 games you can talk about and 30 teams.
Yeah, and guys that like to talk, too. That doesn't hurt either.
Yeah.
That's what they tell me all the time. I just like to talk. They're rolling their eyes
Yes,
right now.
they are. Yes, they are.
So I asked each coach, I'm going to ask you for each team, what's the key for each team tonight?
Well, I really think for Milledgeville, I think it's going to come down to defensively. Amboy is just so good in what they do. They'll get you with that fullback trap, time and time and time again. And then next thing you know, they're running those 2 ends on that crossing routes, and they'll get you with that play-action pass. I mean, quarterback Eddie Jones, just the all-stater is just great. He's got 46 touchdowns the last 2 years. And Milledgeville defense has to stay disciplined, I think, if they're going to win this ball game. That's my key for Milledgeville.
And Amboy?
I think Amboy, it's kind of like, you've been here, you've done this, just do what got you here. Don't try to do anything fancy. Just play your game. Don't get caught up in anything. And I really think for Amboy, the key is kind of be control the ball, keep the ball away from Milledgeville, and, I think they just need to play Amboy Clipper football.
Yeah, and if both teams do those 2 things, it's going to be a good one.
I'm excited, Dwayne. I think it's going to be a classic. I really do.
I'm just wondering who's going to be louder. Those 2 booths beside each other?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. I don't know if the glass is strong enough, is it?
They all say you're going to be louder.
I get excited, that's for sure.
All right. Well, Joe Murdian, thank you very much.
All
I
right,
appreciate
thanks,
stopping to
Dwayne.
talk
Thanks
to
for
you.
having
It's
me
been a
on.
fun year, no problem. We're going to take a break here and let you hear from Coach Payne, the Amboy Clippers coach. You're watching the I8FA State Championship on TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH. Well, welcome back. We're with Coach Payne now. And, boy, this is an old hat. No big deal. State championship, just not a big deal.
Well, no, it's a big deal. Anytime you can play in a game like this, it's a great thing to be a part of, and it's a great atmosphere, and it's a big deal no matter what. We're just happy to be here.
Everybody's talked about you guys in your 3rd straight and all this stuff that's going on. There's a lot of different kids on this team that are doing big things that weren't on your first team or your second team for that matter. While it's good for those upperclassmen, there's a lot of young kids that are still learning some things and are going to be a little enamored with what goes on tonight, I would think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This group of seniors, they were sophomores the first year we came here. And last year, obviously, they were juniors. And, we had a lot of seniors last year, so not a lot of them got on the field. And they just learned so much from last year's seniors on how to conduct themselves every day and how hard to work and practice. And as you can see, it came over into this year for them. And beginning of the year, about June, we were lifting, and I told the kids in the weight room, I said, make your own stamp on this program and on this high school. Last year was great. It was fun, but, make your own mark. And the kids took that message really well and worked really hard to get back here.
You have a loss this year, different than last year. You had a 17-game winning streak going into that game. You guys seem, at least a little bit, to be a different team after that. Maybe it refocused you a little bit. Did you feel that as a coach?
Yeah. On the bus ride home that night from Ridgewood, I looked at my assistants. I said, this is probably the best thing to happen for us right now. A Week 5 loss. And I told the kids that after the game, a Week 5 loss isn't the end of the season. We just have to look and see what we need to get better on and improve on it. And that's what we did. We did that as a coaching staff and as a team. We watched the film and seen some things that we weren't doing particularly well, and we just improved on it. And since then, the kids have really refocused themselves, kind of hit that reset button, and they've been playing great football ever since then.
You guys are playing a Milledgeville team that kind of switched gears the second week of the playoffs. I think caught Ridgewood by surprise, then handled Polo last week, a team that they seem to be on the upswing a little bit as well.
Yeah, they're playing really well. I watched them a little bit throughout the year. When we played on Saturday, they were playing on Friday. I'd watch them on your guys' show, and then when I seen film against Ridgewood and how they switched their whole offense, and it was a great move by Coach Roble. Putting Living Good in the backfield, and with Tom Smith and Nye and Johnson, they got so many weapons offensively, and the way they changed that offense to get their ball into the hand of their weapons more is a great move by them, and they're playing really well. And defensively, they're really fast. They're a fast defense, so we've been trying to prepare for that, but it's hard to emulate their team speed. But they're playing phenomenal football right now.
Leffelman's a guy that gets a lot of talk for you guys, but you're really deep at the running back spot, so nobody's getting huge numbers. The team is, but the individuals aren't. That's sometimes hard in today's society with kids and wanting to share wealth like that. Have you had any problems with those kids doing that?
No, they all bought in. I told them in July, it's going to be a three-headed monster at tailback. We're going to rotate guys in every play. And they were all happy with it. They said, we're totally fine with that, whatever helps the team win. And that just says a lot about those guys' character and a lot about how they are. And, and it helps our offense out because you get to that fourth quarter and you don't have a tailback who's already 20, 30 carries deep, getting beat up and stuff like that. And, and each one of them brings a different element to the game, and that's great to have that on our offense, along to go with Quinn Leffelman. That helps out a lot, too.
That doesn't hurt, does it? He's almost as good defensively, though, as he is offensively.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Quinn's a phenomenal defensive end for us. He's been starting at the varsity since his freshman year. And I said this the other day to the newspaper, counting tonight, he'll have 49 varsity games out of 52 he possibly could have played in his career, which says a lot about him. And, Quinn, he had that high ankle sprain earlier in the year, had to sit out 2 games. And it's hard for a kid like him to sit out. He doesn't even want to miss practice. And, he had a little adversity, but he bounced back. And, he's had a great second half of the season. And I'm just excited to see what he's going to do in his final game tonight.
One last question. If you had to pick one thing, what's the key for Amboy tonight?
Don't turn the ball over. We got to keep the ball and control the clock. That's what we like to do offensively. Everybody knows we like to run the ball. It's no mystery what we're going to do, but I think turnovers is going to be key tonight. Whoever turns the ball over the least amount is going to have a very good opportunity to win the game.
All right, Coach. Congratulations on getting here again.
Yeah, thank you.
And hopefully we'll talk to you after a win tonight for your sake. If not, we'll talk to you either way, but it's been a great season.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much.
We'll be right back on the pregame show right after this. Chris Frankhauser, Jeff Borders, and guys, this is our 4th one. Each of you, it's your 3rd, and it's going to be another fun night. We've got a special edition coming here in a second, but man, it suddenly got loud. It sounds like Milledgeville might be coming on the field right now. I'm telling you to turn around and look, and it's gotten loud right behind us. And we've got a special edition, but guys, this is going to be a good one, I think, tonight.
It should be. Milledgeville got past the hurdle of getting out of the second round, and been here, done that. Amboy's back again, and they steamrolled Pawnee last week in a game that I thought was going to be relatively close, and it was pretty well over in the first quarter.
Yeah. We're going to – our new guy on the mic tonight from the sideline. I want to say hi to Levi Meyerhofer. Levi, thanks for joining us. Sounds like it's a little windy down there.
Hey, thanks for having me here tonight. Game feeling good out here. It's a little nippy. The players are going to be feeling that come second quarter, I'm sure. But so far right now, it's an enjoyable night. Not much wind at the moment down here. And we're excited for a good game here between the Missiles and the Clippers.
Well, you're on the sideline tonight at football. You were doing college basketball on ESPN Plus last night. Monmouth College took the trip down to Macomb. A little bit different weather conditions for you tonight.
Yeah, I mean, last night was indoors, so that was lucky, but it was very windy last night. The result of that game, also a little bit windy between the two teams. Leathernecks taking the win there. But now this time, we're up in Monmouth, and we're excited for a good game.
Levi, thanks for – we'll talk to you a few times maybe during the first half here, and then we'll talk to you again at halftime.
All right, thank you.
That was Levi Meyerhofer. He's on the sideline tonight. I want to thank Morgan for being on the camera. We've got a lot of people here tonight on cameras and stuff, and it's a cold night. First time we've actually had enough people to really give people breaks. And you talked about last year, it was a little chilly. It's not as bad, I don't think, tonight here in the booth. But, Jeff, we've had some cold games here.
Yeah, it seems like every year when we're playing the playoff games, we're getting 50, 60-degree weather. And all of a sudden it's like that title game we get here to Monmouth, and it's like 30 degrees and the wind's blowing. And it's the first time these guys have had to, like, bundle up and play actual fall football.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. And as you mentioned, Chris, you've been to a football game every week this year, except for when you took a vacation.
Yeah, well, Mexico was calling, baby.
Yeah, it's calling your name. But you've been at somewhere every week of the playoffs.
Yes.
There's been some really good football this year, and this game should be a really good one.
This one shapes up to be a dandy. Watching the replay of some of the Polo Milledgeville game last week, and, Coach Warble, what a job by them throwing a change in the playoffs. I mean, of all things. I know, Jeff, you're familiar with that. With Bushnell, when we did those games, that, your quarterback goes down and, talked to Coach Sisler's there in the late parts of the regular season, throwing a new offense together in a few days out of necessity. And it's, like you said, it got this Milledgeville team past that hiccup of not getting out of that second round.
Jeff, you did games with us, and you did games on the radio with me and with Chris and whoever for a long time. You were a football player in high school, and you were a football player in college. Now you're coaching. A game like this, two teams, they throw those wrinkles in. That's part of coaching, right? But that's a pretty big wrinkle to throw in the second week of the playoffs.
It is. Like Chris said, we just had to switch up our offense the last 2 weeks out of necessity to come in and just say, all right, guys, we're scrapping everything that you've known all year long, and this is what we're going to go to. That's rolling some dice, and that's a big move.
Yeah.
That's a big move for that coach to do.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd have had the cojones to try something like
definitely
that, but they did. Jeff, as a coach, you've played Amboy.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's seen more film on Game Boy. I'm going to go on record say that of us in this area, no one's seen more game film of Amboy than me.
Yeah, they are tough, but Milledgeville is hard-nosed. They have some athletes, and I think if depth becomes a problem, it's probably in favor of Amboy, but it could be a toss-up.
Yeah, I've had to go back. We didn't play Milledgeville this year, so I didn't get to see them on film. I went back and watched them the last 2 weeks, and the one thing I'll take away from that quarterfinal game was they won the turnover battle. I think there was 6 fumbles in the first 2 quarters of that game, and Milledgeville came out ahead. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, their first 2 scores came off of turnovers, or they got a turnover and then got a turnover back. But they were keeping Ridgewood off the field, which was big for them, and they put them in a hole and made them try to fight back, and they put them in too big of a hole.
Well, Coach Elder is one of the best coaches in the game.
Yes,
and he made adjustments, but his team just couldn't get back in time. So this is going to be a great one. I appreciate you guys doing this every year. I look forward to having it. We added an extra person. We'll have him on after this. But you guys are awesome. I greatly appreciate everything you've done through the years. And Jeff, you talk to us on every BPC broadcast at halftime. So
except
for one, I didn't know where Chris was at, and it wasn't a good first half, so it was better that I didn't get on that game.
It's better to be good.
And Dwayne, who would have thought when this started, with TSSR, where we're at now? It's incredible.
And that's a testament to you.
Yes,
That-
I
absolutely.
don't know about that. It's you guys. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys.
Well, we wouldn't be here if you didn't put all this together.
Well,
So you need the pat on the back. I know.
We'll see how it goes tonight. We've added a bunch of stuff. We'll see if that's true or not. Guys, we'll come back to you in about 15 or 20 minutes with
Sounds
the
good.
game call. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with our new added addition to the broadcast tonight. For Chris and Jeff, I'm Dwayne. We'll be right back here at April Zorn Memorial Stadium in just a few minutes. You're watching TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH.
At Western Illinois University, leathernecks don't just blend in. Our purple stands out. Our students are innovative and resilient. At WIU, there is limitless potential, with campuses in Macomb, the Quad Cities, and online. Visit wiu.edu/potential to become a leatherneck and get an education that stands out.
Welcome back to April Zorn Memorial Stadium as we are, T-minus 15, 20 minutes, whatever. I've looked at my would-be watch like 23 minutes, 27 minutes, 20 minutes away from kickoff. The new guy in the booth this year, Wyatt Reed. If you're from around here, you might recognize his voice, but if you're from somewhere else, you might recognize it from being here on TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH. He does a lot of Abington, and he did a little bit of West Central stuff this year, you've got your teeth wet in eight-man football now. What do you think?
I love eight-man football. You know, I got the chance to call it, before I even joined here on TSSR. I got to call it down in the state of Oklahoma, and it's a different animal. The fans absolutely love it, and whatever people, the doubters like to say about eight-man football, this is still football. We see some big hits, and it's been a fun journey, obviously, getting the chance to do these playoff games these last several weeks. It's been a ride, and the roads all lead here to Monmouth, and we're excited for it.
Yeah, two really good teams. You've seen some of these teams. You saw Amboy. You've watched Milledgeville, I'm sure. How surprised were you with the Pawnee-Amboy game last week? Because you saw Pawnee earlier, and then you saw the Pawnee-Amboy game.
I think Chris and I talked about it a little bit. We certainly thought that game was going to be a lot closer. We knew the firepower that Pawnee had. But the guys at Amboy, I mean, that's a well-coached ball club, and you've seen it really the last 3 years, the fact that they're back here for a third time. You really saw that, how well they're coached. It's unbelievable. They played their best defensive game of the year last week in the semifinals. Now, it's going to be tricky here tonight. You've got a scrappy Milledgeville team coming in here that, they just want to keep the train moving here, coming in as the 6th seed. Their hands are going to be full. That's not your average everyday 6th seed coming into this ball game here tonight.
No, you're absolutely right. This place is going crazy
it's
right
rocking here.
Everybody talks about, is it going to be full? I know Morgan's running the camera for us on the sideline. She goes, is it going to be a lot of people? I'm like, yeah, this place is going to be packed. It's been packed every year, and as you can tell, it's not any different tonight as the Amboy Clippers get ready to run onto the field. Wyatt, have fun tonight.
Appreciate
Don't
you.
let Chris and Jeff lead you too far astray down the
Hey, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. But Chris, I've done a couple of games with Chris here in the past. Love working with him, and Jeff, I know, is going to be a good dude to work with here. I worked with him as well, so happy to be a part of it. And let's see how this one plays out.
We'll take another break. Kyle Kampmeyer from NUIC Football is going to finish things off on the pregame show. You're watching the I8FA State Championship Game pregame show on TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH. welcome back. Pregame show is just about over. We're about ready to turn it over to the guys making the call. I'm Dwayne Hulett. Kyle Kampmeyer's alongside. You got to do a game with us, Pawnee and St. Anne, earlier in the quarterfinal rounds. This has been a fun fall.
It's been a great fall. I mean, it's like what we talked about earlier, when we were talking about the playoff show. We brought it up about how the playoffs were setting up to be exactly what we thought that they could be. A great playoff setup, a great group of 16 teams to be here. The playoff field's kind of projected its way out the way that we somewhat anticipated it to, and now we have a great state championship game here in front of us.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I know in UIC football, but you cover all of 8-man. So you've kept an eye on some of those teams down south and felt like maybe they would do some things. Pawnee was the team that got the farthest. I don't think that game last week was maybe – in every game, if those two teams played every time, I don't think it'd be that way. But Amboy had something figured out for Carson Wart, and they're going to be looking for Tom Smith and Living Good tonight too.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we saw with Amboy was the play of Quinn Leffelman, especially at his defensive end position. He was able to do things that we haven't really seen out of him this year due to an ankle injury that he's been trying to play through most of the season. But last week he really came alive, and it showed defensively as they were able to really punish Wart's rushing attack, and then on top of that, limit the playmaking skills at quarterback with Caden Ward as well.
Amboy, they've been here, right? Everybody knows that. It's their third straight appearance in the state championship game. They're 1-1. But Milledgeville may be a little bit better story in that they took so long to get to their first state championship game, right? And then everybody talked about that quarterfinal hump they couldn't get over, that jinx or whatever it was. They finally got over that, and they're steamrolling now.
Yeah, I mean, Milledgeville is one of those teams that had a lot of success under former head coach Gary Harchie back in the day. And, I mean, I got to play against one of those semifinal teams, their first ever semifinal team back in 1998. That was a juggernaut team, and to be quite honest, I thought that was a team that was a state championship caliber team. And they eventually did lose in the semifinals to Carthage, who was the state champs that year. But you take a look at how they've been here since they've been in 8-man football. They've been a team that we've talked about every single year since 2021 as being a team that is a perennial power, and they keep running into the likes of one of the other teams that are just as much of a power, and they kept losing in the quarterfinal, and now they got that monkey off their back, and now here they are in the first state championship ever for school history.
And they flipped the script this year too, right? They beat Polo in the regular season last year, and Polo got them in the postseason. Flip the script this year. That says something about a team too, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they proved that they can win the close games, and now they're showing the grittiness to be able to win when it matters the most. And you've seen it the last 2 weeks. They changed up who they had at quarterback, moving Carter Living Good to quarterback. They've turned more into a QB option style team at the current moment. I expect to see some of that here today as they're going to look to be able to run the ball. And of course, like Coach Robo always states, he wants to win in all three phases. He wants to win, he wants to score on offense, he wants to score on defense, he wants to score on special teams. The other side of the ball with Amboy's looking to run the ball to set up their play action pass. You're going to see a lot of that here tonight. I think we have a good bout here between these two teams. I think this is going to be a great state championship game, and by the end of it, it could be one that we're talking about like we keep talking about that 2021 game between Polo and Orangeville.
Patrick from Illinois 8-Man football fans talked a lot about the fact that every champion until this year has been undefeated. Talked to Coach Payne earlier, and he mentioned, and I asked him about that loss to Ridgewood. And he said he thought it kind of woke the kids up a little bit, kind of put them in their place. You're a former college player, former high school player. When you're used to winning, that a loss when maybe you don't expect it, or maybe some expect it but you don't, does kind of give you a little bit of a wake-up call, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it tells you that, hey, this isn't going to be handed to us. We have to go back. We have to get refocused, and we have to work on the little things that are probably hampering us, that expose us to be able to win that game. And when you go through those steps and those processes, you have to start focusing in on the minor details, because when it all comes down to it, it's the little details that separate a good team from a great team, and you have to go back and reflect on that and make yourselves better.
Well, NUIC football is growing. It just keeps growing. Now it's all access coming. How excited about that are you?
We're very excited to get NUIC All Access started up. We got a great first guest coming on with former Orangeville alum Tessa Janicki, who currently plays center for Penn State women's hockey team, and then she'll also be looking to rejoin Team USA as the 2026 Olympics are coming forward. So we're very excited to get that set up and start covering more sports within the NUIC, boys and girls, and get more expanded coverage altogether.
There's at least one person you need to thank a lot. She came to the game with you down at Pawnee, and I think she was busier during that game than you were.
Yeah, that's my wife, Carrie. She does an awesome job, of course. She does a lot of things behind the scenes. She's probably sitting at home right now working on some items for me to help get us NUIC All Access set up still, because we want to go live here this weekend yet, and it's a busy weekend. Obviously here in Monmouth tonight, in Leroy tomorrow, and then Sunday a day of rest, and then Monday we got the I8FA state championship calls going on. So we got a lot of things going on right now on top of, your normal workday routine as well.
And basketball started too.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I know that my partner in crime, Jay Doyle, is the head coach for the Orangeville girls basketball team. They picked up their first win in the Forston Thanksgiving tournament. So congratulations to Jay to get off to a great start there, and hopefully good things come with that.
Kyle, thank you very much for all your help this year. I appreciate it. It's been a fun year. We've got to do the playoff show with you, got to do a broadcast with you. Hopefully we can do a lot more of that here in the future. And I know that NUIC football is not going anywhere.
NUIC football is not going anywhere. That was one of the big things I think that a lot of people thought was going to happen when we changed over to NUIC All Access. We're going to make it two different entities and keep going along with it.
Well, Kyle, thank you very much. We're going to take our final break. When we come back, the crew that's going to call the game will be right here in this booth as they get you ready for kickoff of the 2024 I8FA State Championship game. It's the Amboy Clippers and the Milledgeville Missiles here from April Zorn Memorial Stadium on the campus of Monmouth College in Monmouth, Illinois. You're watching the pregame show. When we come back, it'll be the game on TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH.
Welcome to TSSR Game Time Live, presented by McDonough District Hospital, the broadcast home of the Illinois 8-Man Football Association State Championship. Follow the road all the way to Monmouth right here.
Hand off, and Wart's got some running room. He's got the first down and a lot more. He's inside the 10, down inside the 5, keeps his feet moving. Touchdown, Pawnee Indians.
Inset, I formation. France is going to hand it to Nye out the left side across the 35, 40, and now it's a foot race. Spencer across the 50, the 35, the 25. Nobody's going to catch him, and Spencer's going to take it.
There is no better place to watch the I8FA than TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH.
A bit far here. This one breaks the tackle to the outside. Lots of room to run, trying to make one man miss. He's able to break that tackle as well. And that's going to go in for a touchdown.
Two receivers near side, Jones and Beekman. Love's going to look to throw. Rolls out. He's got a man open. Caught. Touchdown. BPC. Brock Beekman.
Like our coverage, the footprint of 8-Man football grows each year. So sit back and enjoy the ride as you watch one of the fastest growing sports in Illinois. From South Beloit to Edwardsville and from Biggsville to Martinsville, the I8FA has reinvigorated football in small towns across the land of Lincoln.
Whole lot of advantage. Coming back into flat near. Oh, what a big-time hit, and it's going to be.
And that's kind of the way that 8-man football goes. I mean, you see a lot of good defenses, but it's really just a league of offense. And here's Kelly once again to the far sideline, trying to pick up a block downfield. He's able to break that tackle, and it's going to be a one-play touchdown for West Central.
You're watching TSSR Game Time Live, presented by MDH, a product of Hulett PubliPro LLC.
And welcome back. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. We are back, and we are about ready to get this one underway here. State championship game between the Amboy Clippers and the Milledgeville Missiles. My name's Wyatt Reed, joined by Chris Frankhauser and Jeff Borders here this evening, who are going to be helping me out here. Guys, it's been a long road to get here. Long season, long postseason as well. A lot of trips for us as a crew, but now all roads lead to Monmouth, and we're excited for how this one's going to play out here tonight, Chris.
Yeah, it should be a dandy, as I said when we were talking in the pregame show. And, you've got the four-headed monster, if you want to call that, for Amboy with the running backs. And then you've got, as Kyle said, the all-stater, Eddie Jones. Caleb Llanos has been his main receiver and favorite target of the year. And then you got this Milledgeville Missile squad that made some major changes going into that Richwood game that has propelled them here and past that second-round bugaboo that I guess that they've had and got them here to this state title game here in Monmouth.
Well, and you and I got the chance to call that game last week for Amboy, and it was kind of a stunner for you and I both. We saw them kind of have a rather easy time with a very good Pawnee squad, undefeated coming into that ball game, playing one of their best defensive games here. I'm going to ask Jeff here. Jeff, you've seen these guys, you've seen them, coached against them. How hard is it to coach against a team that is so deep like Amboy is, especially at the running back position?
The thing is you don't even notice really how deep they are. It's just their execution. And to quote a term from the old WWF days, it's the excellence of execution. And they run the play perfect every single time. We can literally sit there and show our players on film, this is what they're going to do. Leffelman's going to take out your end. The running back's going to come behind them, and you can't stop them. And that's what you're going to get tonight. And like as the coach, or as one of the guys in the pregame said earlier, they're going to run that fullback trap. Leffelman is the key to that offense because he's either going to be opening the holes or he's going to be gathering yards himself. And what you can't tell from the TV is how big that kid really is. I've obviously shook hands with him after the games, going through the handshake line, and he is for a kid, he is a large kid, and he's just like I said, he's going to be the key for that offense.
Well, and Milledgeville comes into this one here as the 6th seed as we got ready for this playoffs, but they have been playing unlike any 6th seed that we've seen here in 8-man football. How dangerous can a team that comes in as the 6th seed, how dangerous can that team be knowing that they have nothing to lose? They know they're the underdog coming into this one. How dangerous can it be playing against a team like Milledgeville here tonight?
Very dangerous, as I think we're getting ready maybe for our national anthem.
We might very well be doing so here. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll have kickoff of the I8FA state championship game here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, joined by Jeff Borders and Chris Frankhauser here this evening as we get ready for kickoff here. National anthem in the books. Now the excitement, it's all come down to this here, Chris. And I know these kids have got to be pretty excited here tonight. What is going through these kids' mind here just seconds before they kick off here in the state championship?
This is what all the hard work in August is paid off to. This is the goal when practice started, the 2 days before the season started. This is what it comes down to, and here you are. It's time to go. It's go time.
And, Jeff, here we are with a team that has been here before. This team has been here 2 times the last 2 years, and now here they are for the 3rd straight year. Do you think there's still some nerves, or do you think these guys kind of have an idea of what to expect when they step out on the field here tonight in Amboy?
Oh, no, there's absolutely nerves going into this game. It doesn't matter how many times you reach the title game. Once you step out there on the field and you realize this is the last game of the year and only one team comes out a winner, there's always going to be those nerves.
Amboy will get the ball here as we get ready to go here. They'll have those red uniforms there with the black pants and the red helmets. Milledgeville in their road whites with the black pants and the black helmets here tonight. And it's good to have you along here. We appreciate you joining us here. State Championship Football on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And now it is a cold one here tonight. Not as cold as years past here in the state championship game, but it's colder than it's been over these last few weeks here in the state of Illinois. It'll be interesting to see how these two teams react getting ready to play some cold weather football for the first time this year, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little cooler last weekend, but definitely probably about 20 degrees cooler than what we saw down in Pawnee for the Clipper Indian contest. Looks like number 4, Josh McKendry, back to receive for the Clippers.
And getting ready to kick it off here for the Missiles of Milledgeville. That is number 46. It's Spencer Nye. Ball is teed up. 12 minutes is put on the clock. We're ready to play some football here at Monmouth College. A champion will be crowned here in just a few hours here on TSSR. And we're happy to have you along here as the kickoff is underway. And a good kick there to the 18-yard line, returned by McKendry. Moving right side, he's looking for a hole. He's got a hole as he's down near the 40-yard line. What a return there for McKendry. And great starting field position here for the Clippers. 11-1 on the season, moving left to right on your screen.
Looks like they are going to mark him at the 40. I thought he went out maybe a yard or two short of that, but they are going to mark it right at the 40. So good field position for the Clippers on their first offensive set.
And you got to look at those lines here. A shorter field here in 8-man football, a tight formation as we get ready to go here for Amboy. Number 25, Braden Klein. He is the back. That tight formation, moving a man, Fry in motion. They hand it off. That's actually Leffelman, and he gets the first carry and a good stop here on first down. First down play is going to be so important here in this ball game, and that is a good stop there for the Milledgeville defense.
46, Spencer Nye on the stop. We're going to probably call his name quite a bit for the Missiles.
As we get ready for second down and 10. Ball at the 40-yard line. Moving left to right is Amboy. Klein in the backfield. Leffelman the up back here for the Clippers. Jones awaiting the snap here as he takes it, hands it off, moving it right side, still looking for a hole, and Klein only able to get about a yard or two, but that is it. A stout defense here in the early going, and now a big third down here on the first drive of this ball game.
Carter Livingood, 48, amongst others there on the stop for the Missiles.
Amboy coming out with that I-back formation, just their bread and butter play here. They're going to see this on film. Milledgeville's going to see it, but it isn't the first and second quarter. It's the third and fourth quarter where the attrition of this might wear them down. Like I told Chris before the game, Milledgeville needs to play from the front, not from behind.
Third down and about 8.5. Looking first drive of this ball game, and a penalty flag comes in as McKendry was the back in on that play, and he may have jumped the snap count a little bit here. Both crowds well represented here.
Say standing room only over on the far side, and on this side as well. From our vantage point, you can see people standing on the curves of the track below.
And now it's third down and very long here. Now, if you are the Clippers here, you don't want to make a mistake and give the Missiles a shorter field here. What's kind of the idea going into this big third and long?
I got to think maybe Caleb Llanos. Maybe some pass play action, something.
They were going play action pass on that last one, and now they're going to spread the field.
3 wide receivers to the left, 1 wide receiver to the right here. Jones looks to throw the fake screen. Now they're going to launch this one deep down the left side. Has a man, and that one's incomplete. Good coverage. Late coverage coming in by the Missiles, as that was Micah Tom Smith coming back in and making the good defensive play. And now it'll be a 3-and-out for the defending state champions.
Brayton Klein, 25, the intended receiver for the Clippers on the play.
Another one of those, we've seen it on film. We're going to do that bubble screen, little pump fake. Tried to go deep, throwing into the wind. I think that ball got held up by the wind a little bit because he had a step on the defender.
10-12 to go here. 10-11 to go, actually, as we've got 4th down here. Amboy looking to punt it away here. I believe that's Klein in to kick this one away. Leffelman might be. Yep, you're right. Leffelman boots this one. Back to receive are the Missiles. They'll take it. Tom Smith. Stiff arm right side. He's got a hole. There he goes down the sideline. Tom Smith turns on the Jets, and he's inside the 35-yard line. What a return by the Missiles, who come into this one as the 6th seed, but they are firing on all cylinders here in the early going after the 3-and-out.
Big run back there from Micah Tom Smith for the Missiles. Another name you're probably going to hear if you're a Milledgeville fan. You know that name well, and you're probably going to hear it a lot this evening.
9:55 to go. They mark him down at about the 31-yard line, and that is where the Missiles will take over. First time seeing them here on offense here tonight. A change in at the quarterback position for Milledgeville coming into this playoffs, and it's worked out pretty well for him here. It's got him to the state championship game. Carter Livingood, the quarterback now, number 48. As he awaits the snap in the shotgun. Takes it. He's going to run it himself. Right side, looking for a hole. There's the Amboy defense, though, in on the play. A number of guys. Brayden Klein, number 25, also in on that one. Eddie Jones. Some good coverage there defensively. Yards aren't going to be easy to come by here in this one. That's showing here in the early going.
Gain of just over 2, it looks like, so 2nd and 8.
So a gain of 2 on that play into the 29-yard line here. 9:27 to go here in this quarter. 2 backs in the backfield, and the shotgun is Livingood. He takes it, hands it off to Tom Smith, and right there into the backfield. What a play defensively. Number 52, Dylan Merriman, comes in and makes a stop, a tackle for a loss, and now it's 3rd and long for the Missiles.
Why, we saw him in the backfield on several occasions last week against the Indians. All playoff long, one of the defensive stars of this Clipper squad, Dylan Merriman.
Gain of 2 on 1st down, a loss of 3 on 2nd down. Now it's 3rd down, 3rd down and 11. Ball is at the 32-yard line. As Milledgeville on their opening drive, both defenses up to task here in the early going. 1 wide receiver, 2 wide receivers right. As they take the snap, looking to throw. Pressure comes. Oh. That one nearly picked off by Eddie Jones. He was breaking on that ball. Dangerous throw there. And it'll be a 3-and-out now. Decision time here for the Missiles. And we'll see what the decision is here. Ball at the 32-yard line. We'll see what play call they go with here on 4th and 11.
Micah Thomas Smith, the intended receiver. I would expect they're going to go for it here this deep.
You've already got better field position. If you don't make it, Amboy will get worse for the position than their first possession of the game.
3 wide receivers are going to split out right side. 1 wide receiver on the bottom. It's Livingood in the backfield in the shotgun. 4th down and 11. Milledgeville takes the snap, steps back. Livingood looking to throw. Pump fakes, and the ball comes out! Ball is out! Who's going to get it? And Milledgeville's got it. Here they go, the Missiles, back to the original line of scrimmage. And that is a good play by Dalton Adamek, as he was able to fall on it, able to get some positive yards. Not ideal, but it's still a turnover on downs for the Missiles.
That's an 18-yard change from where the ball was on the deck, and he picked it up, was able to actually get a 1-yard gain on the play, but it'll still be a turnover on downs.
8:21 to go here, opening quarter. Now the Clippers will have the ball back, and they split 2 wide receivers on each side of Eddie Jones, the quarterback. No score here in the first quarter as they take the snap. That one nearly over the head. Jones going to take it right side, looking for a hole. He's past the 35-yard line to about the 36. Eddie Jones, first time seeing him carry it here today. And a gain of about 5, maybe 6 on that play for Jones.
Jones not much on carrying the ball during the playoffs and stuff, but he is definitely another offensive weapon back there with those legs for the Clippers.
2nd down and 5, as there's a replay of the fumble return by Milledgeville. Able to save disaster and keep that field position on their side here. Second down at about 4. Here's the snap, a penalty flag, and a little bit of early movement again.
I think it was McKendry again.
McKendry, yep.
On the side of the state champion Amboy Clippers. McKendry, he's a senior, 5'7", 155 pounds.
You asked if there was going to be nerves coming in for Amboy. I think you got your answer on those two illegal procedures on the running backs.
And that's a kid who's been here a couple of different times here. So even nerves in on the senior as it's second down at about 9 after the penalty. 7:40 to go here, opening quarter. That one nearly over the head. They hand it off to Klein. Looking to the outside. He's got some room. He's past the 40, still on his feet near the 45-yard line. What a run there by Braden Klein, big number 25, as he takes it to about the 45 is where they'll mark him down.
What a 12-yard run for Klein on that. It's the first down of the contest.
Defenses have been stout here in the early going. A good run there, though, by Klein. Gain of 12. And that'll set him right up at the 45, moving left to right here. 7:07 to go here, opening quarter. I formation. Fry in the backfield. Leffelman is the up back. Awaiting the snap, Jones takes the handoff. Fry. Oh, what good play there. As in the backfield once again for Milledgeville is Dalton Adamek. The senior defensive lineman, 6'1", 230, making an impact here on the defensive side, loss of 2. What a defensive play here. And, you know, Chris, you and I saw last week the offensive line for Amboy really bullied Pawnee around in that ball game. It's kind of been a different story here.
Yeah,
in the
early on, that's a little bit of a surprise that Amboy hasn't had as much success as I expected here early on.
I formation. They fake the handoff. They're going to launch this one deep right side. Looking for Llanos deep down the field. That one's incomplete. Going for his target, but a little too far. Now it'll be 3rd and long.
Stopped running his route and turned and looked for the ball. If he would have kept running, once again, the receiver had to step on the defender, but it was almost like he wasn't expecting to be able to throw the ball that deep.
Connor Johnson, number 7, on the coverage for the Missiles.
We saw Llanos take a long screen pass to the house. 70-plus yards last week down in Pawnee for Amboy. Now 3rd down at about 12. I formation. Jones awaiting the snap. Takes it. He's going to fake the handoff. They're going to try it again. Pressure comes. Rolls left side. Still looking for room. He's got room right side. Looking for the sticks. He's going to have the sticks. What a run by Eddie Jones. He's out at the 40-yard line. What a run by Eddie Jones. Good composure when the pressure came. 1st down for the Clippers.
16-yard scramble for Jones. Gets their second first down here of the drive.
His second carry here in this ball game will set up 1st and 10. Inside enemy territory for the first time here. 5:44 to go. And now it'll be gut check time here for the Missiles as another bunch set. Leffelman the back. Fry on his right side. Jones awaiting the snap. Jones moving a man in motion. Fakes. They give it to Leffelman. There he is right up the middle. And there he goes. Quinn Leffelman. 1 man to beat. And he is into the end zone. That's a touchdown for the state champion Clippers here in the state championship here in 24.
That's that fullback trap the way we talked about before the game. You know, they'd only touched the ball at the very first time of their first possession, been running outside, and with that play there, that's the one you expect him to lead block out, and that time they just ran that delayed trap, and he just went up the middle. I'm not sure he was even touched till he got to the 2-yard line.
40-yard scamper for Quinn Leffelman. A 6-0 score here. What a run. There he goes. Hard man to stop. Got to give the Micah Tom Smith kudos on trying to make the play on that one, but unable to do it as Jones, they give it to McKendry. He runs left side, untouched into the end zone for the 2-point try. And the Clippers have an 8-0 lead with 5:34 to go here in the first quarter. We'll take a break. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser on the call. A 40-yard scamper into the end zone for Quinn Leffelman. And how about that for a punch? Early defensive struggle between these two sides, but now the offense wide awake now after that 40-yard scamper.
Well, like Jeff said there before going into the break, they ran outside early on, and you've got to account for Leffelman, not just as a lead blocker as we saw there, and it results for a 6 for the Clippers.
As Leffelman, he'll do the kicking duties as well for the Clippers as he boots that one, a little line drive kick, and it is returned near the 20-yard line. Running it right side is Milledgeville looking for the sideline. A penalty flag comes in. That's Connor Johnson as the penalty flag in.
Going to be a block in the back.
8-0 our score. Clippers with the lead over Milledgeville. And we'll see if Milledgeville can get a response here. Their defense up to that point, up to that 40-yard scamper, had been playing really well as the penalty flag block in the back, as you called there, Coach. And now that'll push Milledgeville back, and now they're really in a situation where they need a response, but they're deep in their own territory. You don't want to make a mistake and give Amboy a short field and all the fuel for the Fire.
Yeah, this is something here. I don't want to say this is a must score, but they can't afford to get down to Amboy because Amboy's just able to run the clock out with their offense.
Milledgeville, first snap, they run it right side as they cut back up the middle. That's Micah Tom Smith taking the direct snap. First down, gain of 2, maybe 3 on the play for Micah Tom Smith. And it'll be second down and about 8.
We'll get it across the 20 to the 21 as we're down to just a tick over 5 minutes to play in this opening quarter.
First, second down and 8 upcoming as the Missiles, led by Carter Livengood, the quarterback. Livengood awaiting the snap. 2 backs, 1 on each side. Here's the snap, running it right up the middle and nowhere to go. That stout Amboy defense not letting them go anywhere. Maybe a gain of 1 on the play for Livengood as they tried to run it right up the gut. And now it'll be third down, a very important third down here on the answer drive for the Missiles.
Like Jones and maybe Merriman, I think, may have been the other number in on the stop for the Clippers.
4:23 to go here in the first. Good to have you along here. I8FA state championship game here in Monmouth. The defending champion Clippers out in front. We'll see what Milledgeville, the 6th seed here in this playoffs, can do. 2 wide receivers left, 1 to the right. Livengood steps back, looking to throw. Throws that one right side, and that one over the head of Micah Tom Smith. Incomplete. It's a 3 and out. And now a punt situation likely for the Missiles as we're just a tick under 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter.
Cody Wynn, number 3 on the coverage for Amboy.
May have been a little miscommunication there. As that one, I think that was a little high either way. Micah Tom Smith, he's a good athlete. That would have been a high jump for anybody to make here on that one. As Dalton Adamek here to punt this one away. Back to receive it, I believe, is Klein. Here's the snap. Punt on its way. A little low line drive kick. That's going to go out of bounds.
Ooh, that's going to be great field position
short of
for
the
Amboy.
50.
Well, let's see if he stops running. He's ran past the 50. Is he going to go backwards? Here he goes.
There he goes backwards to about towards the 45, and that is going to be the 45-yard line. It's where that far side official will mark it out. 3:51 to go here. Ball on the plus side of the field here. And now Amboy, all the momentum going their way here. Coach, what do you got to do to stop them here if you're at Milledgeville on this drive?
You're asking the wrong person. We couldn't stop them. No, they're so hard to stop. Like I said, they execute everything, and it's just you're going to get some stops here and you're going to get some stops there, but they're finally, they just have so many weapons.
That's what we talked about in the playoffs is the balance. There's not one outstanding running back. It's 3 or 4 guys that are going to carry the ball several times.
Running it right side, McKendry, good blocking, and he gets to the outside, and he's past the 35-yard line. He'll have enough for a first down, gain of 12 for McKendry. What a run by Josh McKendry. Good blocking up front as well as the Clippers are moving inside the 40 to the 33. Gain of 12 on that play for Josh McKendry, who was able to bump it to the outside. And now the Clippers are moving. 1st and 10, ball set at about the 33. Leffelman, the up back. Jones in the shotgun. They hand it off to Fry. Runs his way outside. He's got some room. He's all by himself. Into the end zone. A touchdown. Touchdown for Ed Fry, the senior running back, from 32 yards out. And it's a 2-score game here early.
What do we say? You got, if it's not Levelman or Klein, Fry's another one of those running backs, that quartet of 4 that they can run the ball and be the lead guy, and Fry punches it in to push the lead to 14.
14-0 our score. Ed Fry 32 yards out for the touchdown. Klein in the backfield. They fake the handoff. Good pressure coming in and taken down for the sack on the 2-point try. Good effort on that one by Dalton Adamek. Stops the 2-point try, but Ed Fry, 32 yards out, runs into the end zone. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Chris Frankhauser, Jeff Borders on the call. 3:33 to go here in this opening quarter. And now almost a must-answer time here for Milledgeville. A 32-yard scamper for Amboy just moments ago by Ed Fry, as the defending state champion Clippers lead this one 14-0 here in the first.
It's like Levelman to kick it away again, and I think that's Johnson, number 7,
Yep.
back deep.
Back is Johnson. That one nearly gets away from him, up by the 15-yard line. This one trying to get back to the 20-yard line, unable to get there, as Connor Johnson may have gotten to the 21-yard line is where the missiles will take over. 3:19 to go here, opening quarter. And now we'll see what the offense of Milledgeville can do here. Can't get it all back on one drive here, but would certainly like to see at least a little bit of life here from this Missiles team, who have battled adversity all year, coming in as the 6th seed here. And here they are now in a tough situation against the defending state champions.
Yeah, you don't want a quick 3-and-out here, Coach. You guys, they want to get some offensive plays down the field, pick up some first downs, and keep the football out of Amboy's hand.
There goes Micah Tom Smith, breaking tackles, and a good run there on first down. He'll get to the sticks.
First down.
Micah Tom Smith, the running back, 5'11", 180. He's got a gain of 11 on that play, and Milledgeville, certainly a good response, getting out of the shadow of their own red zone. And now here they are, set up at the 32-yard line after that 10-yard scamper.
That's their first down.
First down here this ball game. 3 minutes to go in the first. A tight formation once again as Carter Livingood takes the snap, hands it off. Micah Tom Smith, and there's the defensive pressure. That defensive line getting good penetration on first down. That's a generous spot. They give him the original line of scrimmage. It'll be second down on the handoff to Micah Tom Smith.
83, Evan Flanagan, the sophomore Wyatt that we saw have a big game last week, had that big punt block in the contest against Pawnee, and several big defensive stops in for the Clipper defense.
Ball is set up at the 32-yard line. 2.5 to go here in the first. Livingood, I formation behind him. As they turn, sweep it this time to Micah Tom Smith. There's defensive pressure cutting back. There he goes, Micah Tom Smith. He turns on the burners past the 50 to the 40, and he's taken down near the 35-yard line. What a run by Micah Tom Smith, and a little bit of life from the Missiles.
Janos and Klein on the stop. Touchdown saving stop for Amboy.
43 yards.
What a run. Micah Tom Smith, 43 yards, biggest play of this ball game for Milledgeville. And he turned on the Jets, and yeah, that was a great tackle there in the open field by Klein. And that definitely saved a touchdown. Back into the shotgun goes Livingood. As we await the snap, takes it. Livingood going to run right side. He's got blockers in front of him. Livingood nearly broke free as he's down near the 30-yard line. A good run there by Livingood, as that's a gain of 5 yards. And, boy, this offense really gelling here on this drive that started all the way back deep in their own territory, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. This is what, if you're a Milledgeville fan, this is what you wanted to see. As I said there before that drive started, you've got to eat up some yardage and keep that Amboy offense off the field, and they've done it thus far just outside the 30 of the Clippers.
They mark him at the 31-yard line after a gain of 5. Minutes 15 to go in the opening quarter. Livingood takes the snap. He's going to run it left side now, looking for holes. Boy, he lowers his head, and he's past the 25-yard line, still on his feet near the 20-yard line. Great effort by Carter Livingood. 6 foot, 205. The quarterback carrying the pile near the 20-yard line down at the 21. What a run by Carter Livingood. That'll set up a 1st and 10 as we've got 1 minute to go here in the opening quarter. 14-0 Amboy with the lead.
You can take your pick. There was about 5 red jerseys in on that stop finally for Amboy on defense.
Well, it was about a gain of 10, I believe, there as we await the next snap here. 2 backs in the backfield. They take it right side. Micah Tom Smith cuts back, showing his good athleticism on that play to avoid a loss. Able to get 3 or 4 yards on that one. Micah Tom Smith, after that 43-yard scamper, only a gain of about 4 on that one. But showing good athleticism there, juking away from tacklers. 24 seconds to go here. We'll see if the Missiles try to get one more play in here or if we'll go to the second quarter. 15 seconds. Doesn't look like Milledgeville is in any hurry, and that might be how our first quarter will come to an end. What a first quarter for the defending state champions. 2 big touchdowns. One by Quinn Leffelman, one by Ed Fry. A 14-0 lead as Amboy leads it going into the second. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live brought to you by MDH. Welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Chris Frankhauser, Jeff Borders on the call here. Second quarter officially underway here as Livingood pitches it, getting it right side. Tom Smith as he runs to the outside near the 15-yard line on second down. That'll set up a 3rd down and about 5 as Milledgeville looking for an answer here. They trail this one 14-0, but a good response into the red zone for the first time here today. And feel free to get into our comment section. And if you want to make a donation, a super chat donation, you can do so as well. Happy to have everybody along here commenting, enjoying what they see here in the state championship game. Just underway here in the second. Carter Livingood, shotgun on 3rd down. Livingood going to take it left side, looking for blockers. He cuts back, still on his feet as he keeps his feet going. might be about a yard or two shy. They're going to give him about half the distance that he needed, so it'll be about 4th down and 2.5. And a very important play call here, Chris. 4th down inside the red zone.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, want to get some positive yardage. They've done that thus far. Now I need to get those 2 yards and keep the ball in the on the Milledgeville offense, and keep, as I said earlier, keep that Amboy Clipper defense or offense off the field and keep that defense on for Amboy.
They give him 3 yards on 3rd down and 5, so now 4th down and 2 upcoming for the Missiles. Big play here in the opening half. I formation. Living Good takes the snap. They're going to hand it off in the backfield, and it's taken down. Evan Flanagan, a tackle for loss. And the Clippers force the turnover on downs.
6'2", 230 D lineman, a sophomore for Amboy. And like I said, he's been a big cog of this Amboy defense in the playoffs, and a big stop by the Clipper defense there and turnover on downs.
Yeah, you talk about defensive penetration. That wasn't even defensive penetration.
No.
He just blew up the center.
Yeah, he blew that up and was in the backfield as soon as the ball was handed off.
Read that play really well. So a turnover on downs, 10:25 to go here in the opening half as Jones takes the snap, going to give it left side to Fry, and still on his feet, bumped out of bounds. I believe that was Fry. Might have been McKendry. Nope, that was McKendry. Another carry for McKendry here in this one. Gain of about 8 on that play. So a good run on 1st down, staying ahead of the sticks. Coming up on 10 minutes to go here in the opening half. Jeff, appreciate you in the comments there. Says, sounds great, fellas. We got
Coach Flater.
We got the fella from Polo. Chris, you remember the kid from Polo we had last week joining us?
I believe so, yeah.
Says number 48 again. I'll read the rest of the comment here in a moment. Leffelman, the up back, runs it up the middle. Still on his feet. There he goes. Leffelman carrying defenders past midfield. What a run by Quinn Leffelman.
Connor Johnson, number 7 there for the Missiles, kind of hanging on, finally brings them down. But you've got a good combination with Klein and McKendry, kind of your speed back. With Levelman, he's a bulldozer. He's going to be the pound run over you.
His last 2 carries, 70 yards.
That's pretty good on the averages there, right there.
40 yards for the touchdowns, and that was a 30-yard run for the 1st down.
What a run by Quinn Leffelman. So a 30-yard scamper, his 3rd carry of this ball game. I formation. Jones takes the snap, turns, hands it off, gets it left side. A good stop there by the Missiles, as that's McKendry carrying it maybe back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half a yard loss.
Spencer Nye, 46, and Evans, number 10, there for the Missile stop.
So, yeah, number 48 from Polo last week, who we had in our chat last week in that Amboy Pawnee ball game. Chris says 48 here from Polo. Beat them good, Amboy. Keep it up. Well, Amboy's up 14-0 here. 2nd down and 11 upcoming for the Clippers. That's Klein in the backfield with Jones. Fakes the handoff. Going to look to throw. Throws it over the middle of the field, and that one is caught. What a play!
Llanos.
Caleb Llanos past the sticks. Caleb Llanos in play past the 35-yard line. Another 1st down for Amboy.
Gain of about 13, it looks like, on the play.
And we gave him 12 where they just marked it.
Okay, 34. I thought they marked him at the 33.
8:25 to go here as the 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line. So here come the Clippers again. I formation. Leffelman the up back. That Fry there in the backfield. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Fry runs left side. He's got 1 touchdown. He looks for the sideline. Still on his feet. He's run out of bounds. Near the 20-yard line. They're going to mark him at the 19-yard line. What a run by Ed Fry. Inside the red zone again are the Clippers.
Good season for Fry. Just 473 yards, but 4 touchdowns. But again, you got 3 or 4 guys you got to worry about if you're a defensive team playing this Clipper squad. And Fry there with another nice run after the touchdown run earlier.
15 yards on the run.
Good run there for Amboy, and now a tight set. Leffelman takes it right up the middle, and he's going to get a good gain of about 4 on that play to about the 15, but a penalty flag comes in. We'll see what that's all about.
Late flag, and where that came in, that's usually a holding, but it seemed late coming in. Look, he's pointing to the defensive side, though, so.
So we'll await the call here.
They might be calling a defensive holding, or well, I think he just signaled face mask.
That might very well be. Ball is spotted at the 15-yard line, so.
Oh, the personal
foul. Face mask is called. So that'll be half the distance.
Half the distances.
Should be the 7-yard line.
8:01 to go here, and now set up with a very big possession here defensively for Milledgeville. You need a stop here. You're down 2 scores, and the train just keeps on rolling here for Amboy. We'll see if they can get that stop. Jones in the backfield. He's got Klein there with him. Jones takes it, hands it off to Klein, runs it up the middle. He is met by a number of missiles, and he's going to be taken down for a loss on that play. Back to the 10-yard line, loss of 2 on first down, so it'll be 2nd down and goal at the 10-yard line.
Right, Nye and Living Good on the defensive stop.
Toby in the comments here saying Amboy just beating them up front. That's been the case here on this drive, opening up some big holes. And now I formation on 2nd down and goal as they hand it off. Leffelman up the middle. Boy, he is still on his feet. He's past the 5-yard line. A good run by Leffelman. Down near the 3-yard line, a gain of 7. And now it'll be 3rd down and goal at the 3 with 7:20 to go here in this opening half.
Amboy quickly back to the line of scrimmage for the Clippers.
They might see something here. Jones gets it to Leffelman again, and he is stopped about a half a yard shy of the line. So a 2-yard gain on third and goal at the 3, and now 4th and goal at the 1. And they're going to go no huddle again here for Amboy. I wouldn't be surprised if they just do the same thing once again. Jones, ready, takes the snap, runs it up the middle, and he might have been short.
Yeah, he
is marked half a yard short, and Leffelman on 4th down is denied.
Tried to dive up over the pile, and
he was met in the air.
Yeah, he was hit right as he leaped the high point of his leap, and Missiles are going to have a long field, but they get the key stop there. 1st and 10 for Milledgeville at their own 1-yard line.
What a play there. So many times you see these players try to jump over the pile. Wouldn't it just be easier just to run where your guys are, Coach? What is usually the play call there?
Usually on something like that, you've got your offensive line cutting, so the defensive either have to put their hands down so they're bending over, or they get cut, and it's easy just to dive up over the middle. Milledgeville did a really good job with the linebacker staying home and actually meeting him, as Chris said, at the apex of his jump.
6:39 to go here, opening half. Milledgeville at the 1-yard line. Living good. He's going to take a sneak. Kind of a smart play there. Kind of gets you a little bit of breathing room as they were down near, really, I mean, it said the 1-yard line. They were about at the half-yard line, if that. And Living good going to run it up the middle for a gain of 1, maybe 2 on that play. And that'll give them a little bit of breathing room there. Ball is marked at about the 3-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 8 as we approach 6 minutes to go here in the opening half. Some reaction to that 4th down play there. Should have just pushed him in. Jumping is a gamble. A lot of times you see fumbles on those jumps as well over the pile. They turn, they hand it off. It's going to be Living good, going to take it himself past the 5-yard line. A good run to about the 8-yard line as Carter Living good runs his way to about the 8, so it'll be 3rd down at about 3 as we've got 5:45 to go here, 2nd quarter.
Llanos, I think, was in on that stop. 36 for the Clippers.
He just flies all over the field, doesn't he? I mean, you and I got to see him last week, and he is a very impressive kid here, Chris.
Yeah, he's a good receiver and plays well on the defensive side of the ball as well.
3rd down and 2. Ball is at the 9-yard line. Tom Smith behind Living good. They hand it to Tom Smith. Actually, they keep it with Living good. And he's going to be about, they're going to give him the 1st down. Wow. 1st down for the Missiles. I wasn't sure on the spot where if he was going to have enough, but he's got enough. It's 1st down and 10 for Milledgeville, a gain of 2.
I wonder if that was actually 46. Spencer Nye, I believe, was the last guy up for Milledgeville.
Yeah, you might be right on that one. It was tough to see from up here in the press box where they had who was on the field exactly. It was a tight formation, good blocking up front on the Milledgeville side as we've got 4:45 to go. And you are right there, sir, as Living Good going to take it right side, looking for a hole, bumps his way outside near the 15-yard line, still on his feet before he's run out of bounds with about 4:35 to go here in the opening half.
You know, he's going to get 4 yards on that gain, but that first initial tackle that he shed, if he would have cut back to the opposite side of the field, there was nobody out there, and he had a whole lot of green. Fought forward for another couple yards, bring up a 2nd and 6.
2nd down and 6, ball at the 15-yard line. This is a big drive here after that big stop there for Milledgeville here. If you can cut this 2-score lead into a 1-score lead, you get the ball back at half if you're Milledgeville. Big 2-for-1 opportunity here if the Missiles can cash it in. In the shotgun is Living Good. He's got 2 backs with him, fakes the handoff. He's going to look to throw. He's going to launch this one deep over the middle of the field, and that one into double coverage, and that one broken up as Eddie Jones nearly came away with it. He had a pick last week. However, that one broken away by the intended target, who had to play a little defense on that one.
Is that Evan Schneck, I believe, number 10?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, good job by Schneck, actually, going from receiver to defensive back, because that looked like a sure Jones pick for the Clippers.
Dangerous throw into double coverage there, but good defensive play there by Evan Schneck. 3rd down and 6, ball at the 15-yard line, 3:49 to go here in the opening half. Living Good takes the snap. He's going to roll it left side, looking for blocks, looking to get to the outside, and he's taken down for a loss. And the Amboy defense holds tight. And it'll be good field position here for Amboy as they look to score potentially again going into halftime. Living Good was looking for blockers in front, couldn't get any wiggle room. And that defensive front we've seen on a number of times here today for Amboy. They've been making an impact here in the early going of this one. 3:15 to go here in the half as Milledgeville will punt it away. Back to receive is Klein for Amboy. That punt on its way. That one will bounce near the 45-yard line, and Klein said, no, thank you. They will not take it, and that is where the Clippers will take over.
Yeah, hit the turf a little odd, and probably a wise decision there to step away from that football.
Shouldn't I?
Well, we saw special teams last week, Chris, you and I, in that game down in Pawnee. We saw an early block punt completely change the momentum of that ball game, so definitely a good call when you look at it in the grand scheme of things. Now with just under 3 minutes to go here, we'll see how aggressive Amboy is on this drive as they look to go up by 3 scores going into half.
Both squads, of course, with all 3 timeouts remaining.
As Jones takes it, going to give it to McKendry, bumping his way outside and nearly tackled for a loss, able to stay on his feet as he's past the 45-yard line. A good run by McKendry as he'll take it to about the 41, maybe the 42-yard line. We'll see where they mark it.
Looks like the 42.
Yep.
A 6 is what I gave him.
Well, if you get in the backfield for the Missiles, had a shot to bring Klein down for a loss or right at the line of scrimmage, but just getting to hang on to the back of the jersey, and a nice gain for Klein and the Clippers.
Thought they marked him a yard forward. Now I guess they moved it back, gain of 5 on it.
So gain of 5, 2nd down and 5, coming up on 2:20 to go. I formation. Here's the snap. Jones gives it to Leffelman, runs his way up the middle. Oh, my goodness, what a run there by Leffelman. Just taking everybody with him. Doesn't matter how many people are trying to tackle him. Quinn Leffelman runs his way for a 1st down for the Clippers.
Yeah, Leffelman's not a guy that's going to go down with 1 or 2 bodies most of the time at that 5'10", 225 frame, and picks up another 1st down for the Clippers.
And I think that's a lie.
The 225?
225 is light.
Yeah, that might be a little off.
Might be, indeed. There's the turn. They hand it off. Oh, good play there in the backfield. Ed Fry, nowhere to go. Getting back there. What a day it's been so far for number 59, Dalton Adamek. Also back there, I believe, was Living Good.
I think 46, Spencer Nye might have been in there as well.
Yeah, you might be right there. 46 and 48, very similar numbers up here in the press box. Through the haze of the fogged up windows up here in the old press box.
Well, too much hot air up here.
1:35 to go here, 1st half. 2nd down and long as they hand it off to McKendry. Runs his way right side, still on his feet. near the original line of scrimmage, but here you go. Milledgeville getting a good stop there. It'll be about 3rd and 11 upcoming. And now comes the question, when do you use your timeouts, or do you use your timeouts?
Well, I think you're going to get your answer right here.
There's your answer.
There's my answer. Amboy will take a timeout. And now with 1 minute and 17 seconds to go, 3rd down and 11. Do you go conservative on this play here, or do you kind of just, try to get that first down and try to go down and score that touchdown here before the half?
You've got 2 downs here. There, you're not in punt territory for Amboy if you don't pick it up here. So, you've got basically, way I would look at it, you've got 2 plays to get 12 yards.
Yeah, and you've got a 14-point lead. There's only 1 minute 17 left, so even if you don't get it on this one, unless Milledgeville calls a timeout, which they probably will, you're going to run some time off the clock, and even on 4th down, your defense has been playing incredible. You're up 2 scores. This is 2-down territory for sure.
Cards fans saying in the comments, 1 more before the half would be nice. And we'll see if they can get that here. 3rd down and 11, minute 17 to go. Ball is marked at about the 38-yard line. Moving right to left are the Clippers. In the shotgun is Jones. He's got Klein back there with him. And we're back after the timeout. Here's Jones. Fakes the handoff. He's going to look to throw. Jones throws that one. Wide open. There goes Leffelman. Inside the 20-yard line near the 18. How do you let Quinn Leffelman get that wide open?
Connor Johnson on the stop for the missiles, but, that's the thing. We've seen that. Amboy doesn't throw the football a lot, but they're generally fairly successful at it, as we have seen through the regular season into the playoffs.
Amboy passing on the regular season, 64 passes as Jones flips it left side, and shaking through tacklers is McKendry, still on his feet near the 15. What a great effort by McKendry as we're under 1 minute, 48 seconds to go here in the half. Still got 2 timeouts for Amboy, and now that'll go down to 1 as a timeout called by the Clippers after a gain of 4, maybe 5 on that play. Ward reacting, awesome play for the Clippers there on that 4th down. That was a beautiful play, beautiful design, able to get Quinn Leffelman wide open. Fooled everybody on that one. Weather on the go saying perfect football weather here tonight. Some people out there may disagree with you. It is a little chilly than it has been. But, it is perfect for the month of November. We'll certainly take it. That is for sure.
That is for sure.
At
least it's not snowing or ice or sleet like we've seen before.
As I say, we talk about the play that they run, that we talked earlier, where they run it, then they run that double cross route with wide receivers. That's what that looked like, except for now they snuck Leffelman out there in the flat. And I feel bad for the kid that had to tackle him one-on-one. That is not a pleasant thing to do.
No.
Not at all. Quinn Leffelman, the big man, 21, making some big plays here in this ball game. 41.6 seconds to go. 2nd down and 6 at the 15-yard line. As Jones, he's got that Klein in the backfield. That's Leffelman, actually. Moving a man, Fry in motion. They fake. They give it to Leffelman. Left side through the hole, past the 10-yard line. Leffelman's going to have enough for a 1st down. It'll be 1st and goal, 35.5 seconds to go. And now they're moving guys in. Klein now checks in at running back. And a semi-no huddle. There was a slight huddle, but now here comes Amboy. 1st and goal at the 8. They turn, they hand it to Klein. Left side. Big hole left side near the line. He might be about a half a yard shy.
Touchdown.
Now they give it to him. Touchdown. Touchdown for the Clippers. Braden Klein from 8 yards out.
And when Coach Payne talked about that in the pregame show, how they're going to shuffle new backs in fairly regularly. And you saw that Klein went out, comes back in, and into the end zone for the 6.
Braden Klein from 9 yards out. And now 20-0 our score with 25 seconds to go. As we take a look at it again, Braden Klein just would not be denied there. Good effort. And he was able to sneak his way in. As the 2-point try, Jones got a man, Llanos, in and out of his hands.
You don't see Caleb Llanos drop many footballs that hit him right in the numbers.
No, but you got to give that to number 7, I think, Connor Johnson. He jumped up there at the last second and blocked that vision, and you could tell that
And what a drive there for the Clippers. And what a response, by the Clippers after, getting denied on that goal line stand by Milledgeville. Able to pitch a shutout here in the first half. The defense, Chris, we saw it last week against Pawnee. We thought that might be their best defensive game here so far. But,
Yeah.
This might be right up there as well.
This is up there. This is definitely up there. Like I said, we've seen Amboy the last few weeks as I have. I thought last week was impressive, but impressive here to keep a very good scoring offensive Milledgeville team off the scoreboard thus far.
I also think Amboy has something to prove tonight, and we can touch on that at halftime. But the way they've come out, I think they've been hearing all year long how they're probably the third best team in the state. They were a 4 rank coming into tonight, into the playoffs, and I think they wanted to show everyone why they won it last year.
Well, here we are in the championship game. 25 and a half seconds to go here. We'll see how far they decide to kick it here on this one.
This is Giannos.
Back to kick that one and back to receive it. Here comes the Missiles running past the 30-yard line, as that is Connor Johnson on the return. Number 7 to the 35-yard line with about 20 seconds to go here in this first half.
I just motioned to Chris here, the question is, do you play conservative and go into halftime? State title game, you're down 20, I'm airing this out.
We got Brett Bielema in the comments. 8-man spicing this home state recruiting, says Coach Bielema. Running it, living good, running his way, breaking tackles past the 45, still on his feet past midfield. What a run by Living Good. He's into Clipper territory. That might change things up here a little bit with 14 seconds to go.
This is going to take a timeout.
Milledgeville now with a little bit of life. Might take a couple shots towards the end zone, you wonder.
Coach, I was at that game last week. Good win against Michigan State, by the way.
Got a big one tomorrow on the road there against is Rutgers. Is Rutgers on the agenda there tomorrow for the Fighting Illini? Appreciate you joining us there, Coach. And we've got a lot of folks joining us here tonight in our comment section. We appreciate each and every one of you here. Trying to read as many of them as I can, but also trying to call a game as well. There's a lot more than you and I are used to here when we've called games here in the past. Been a lot of fun with you guys, though. 14 seconds to go here. Milledgeville looking for a score before the half. 2 on each side. Living Good moves a man in motion. Here's the snap, the little pop pass, a little reverse play. Running is Smith, and he's going to be near the sticks. He might have enough for a first down. 6 seconds to go, and another timeout is called. That'll be enough for the first down. They give it to him. We'll see where they mark it at the 36. Another timeout. And with 6.4 seconds to go, do you try another play or do you just try to air this one out into the end zone?
No, since you've been running the ball, you've got to go for the end zone here on this one. Your quarterback's got a decent arm, it looked like. And if I'm not mistaken, in the pregame, they said when they need to throw, they'll bring, they've got a kid that can come in and throw. So, you got a 36-yard throw to the goal line. So,
yeah, and that, you heard Kyle and Coach Warble talking in the pregame show that they made the switch. Kyson Francis, the freshman quarterback, over 1,100 yards on the season, passing at 21 touchdowns. So, I wonder if we will see that or not. Nope, it's going to be Living Good.
Yep.
So Living Good with one wide receiver on each side.
Looks
in
like
the
Nye,
shotgun.
The setback.
And another timeout is called as Milledgeville using their last.
That might have been hey, let's see if we come out in this, what they line up for, and we'll call timeout. Now I wouldn't be surprised if you see a switch.
Yeah, I kind of was going to say that same thing, Jeff. I wondered if that timeout was to see what kind of defensive alignment Amboy was going to come out in. You saw that, take the timeout, and let's see what you got. Probably, as you said, one more play before the end of the half.
First down and 10. Ball is at the 36-yard line. Milledgeville.
It looks like Living Good still going to be on the field as the Missiles break the sideline and come to the field.
As Milledgeville breaks the huddle. Micah Tom Smith cuts out to the left side. Johnson, Connor Johnson on the bottom of your screen. In the shotgun is Living Good. Carter Living Good here with 6 seconds to go. Here's the snap, steps back, Living Good looking to throw, pump fakes, gonna launch this one deep over the middle of the field. That one's picked off by the Clippers. It's Ed Fry. Actually, it's Eddie Jones making the play. And that will keep the shutout here after 2 quarters of football. The defending state champion Amboy Clippers. What a play by Eddie Jones getting the read to end the half. $20-0 our score. We'll go to the halftime show here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And we're back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Levi down on the field as he has got... Levi looks like he might be running back out there to try to grab the coach. He's going to go grab Amboy head coach.
I'm Levi Meyerhofer here with Coach. Coach, your team dominating both sides of the ball in the first half. What can you say about preparation for this game for your team, and what did you say to them before the game?
I just told them we got to come out and play our game, control the line of scrimmage, and they did a pretty good job of that in the first half. And I said that one of the biggest keys is not turning the ball over, and we did a really good job of that in the first half, is not turning the ball over.
All right, thank you. Enjoy halftime.
Thank you.
Thank you to you, Levi, as able to catch Scott Bain there, and the defending state champion here. Up 20-0 as we are 2 quarters into this one. And like we talked about there just before we went to half there, Chris, a dominant performance once again. And this looks like a team that has certainly been here a time or two before. 3 straight trips to the state championship game, and they flexed their muscles here in the first half.
Yeah, they did. A little slow start, but, man, once they got things going, it's hard to stop this Clipper squad, as we have seen throughout the year. Once they get going on offense, it's a hard train to stop. Still a half of football. Milledgeville's going to get the football to start the second half, but just a good defense all around, both sides of the ball played game by the Clippers as we're looking down below the 8-man all-state teams and the players from the 8-man state all-state teams are down on the field right now to be recognized.
No surprise when you look on the far right side of what we're seeing up here in the press box there. Big number 21, Quinn Leffelman there. Coach Borders, I mean, that kid is special, and he made a big impact here in the first half for the defending state champions.
Yeah, you can definitely tell this kid's back to being healthy. Chris could tell he's done quite a few of their games. Leffelman, who was their normal kicker, wasn't even kicking because of that high ankle sprain.
Right.
Kicked one against us on senior night and kicked it into the end zone. Well, I should say senior afternoon because it was a Saturday afternoon game, but kicked it in the end zone. And we haven't even really got to see him kick tonight because he's been kicking into the wind, but it's good to see him back and healthy.
Yeah, his stats offensively, 522 yards coming in this game on 39 carries, 9 touchdowns. But he's also such a force on the defensive line.
And that's why he's out there right now.
Yes, it's for defense.
As we're seeing the kids getting their all-state honors here, I8FA. A lot of great athletes out there. I believe that was Wart that we just saw there a moment ago from Pawnee. And, boy, he was denied quite a bit last week there for Pawnee by Amboy. And Milledgeville, you've seen little signs of life here at times in the first half, but the Amboy defense has been able to turn them away. But what did you like what you saw here from Milledgeville here in the first half?
I got to break in. That is a sweet mustache that kid's rocking right there. Go ahead.
Anyway, but yeah, for Milledgeville, what did you see? What did you like? What did you not like? What kind of changes do you think Milledgeville needs to make here if they want to get back into this one down 3 scores?
I mean, if I'm going into halftime right now, there's not a whole lot that you can say that you've made mistakes on. The biggest mistake they had was that sack on their first possession. They had great field possession. He had a man open up over the middle, but he was looking this way. That is about the only mistake they've had. Other than that, they're just being outplayed in the first half.
And they moved the ball well.
They did.
You know, you've got some good runs out of Micah Tom Smith and Carl Levengood. So, you know, there's been some positive plays, but just, you know, you get stopped on downs a couple of times, you know, and I think it's going to be key to see what happened. I think 20-0 is not an insurmountable deficit, but I think for, you know, morale, whatever you want to call it, I think you want to see a good, long, sustained drive. Keep, again, as I said in the first half, keep Amboy's offense off the field, but I wouldn't say it's do or die time, but I think you need to get some points out of this drive starting the third quarter.
I would hate to say that. I don't want to disagree with you, but you've
from Ridgewood, West Sandberg.
So I don't know if maybe they're doing that over us instead.
Yeah. I don't know.
From Flanagan Cornell, Aiden Radke.
Sounds like we got the PA announcer, so we'll let him take over here.
From Martinsville, Adam Parcell. From Milford, Cessna Park, Caleb Clutter. From Martinsville, Gavin Lookup. From Pawnee, Carson Wart. From Pawnee, Caden Watts. From Polo, Gus Mumford. From Polo, Wyatt Plackno. From St. Anne, Chris Link. From St. Thomas More, Reed Craddock. And from St. Thomas More, James Schmidt. Honorable mention selections from Alden Hebron, Wyatt Armbrust. From Ridgewood, Connor McKeague. From Kirkland, Hiawatha, Thomas Butler. From Martinsville, Eli Knifley. From Martinsville, Caden Simons. From Metro East Lutheran, Andrew Adams. From Cessna Park, Preston Jansen. From Orangeville, Hayden Schofield. From Pawnee, Grant Lovell Walker. From Pawnee, Caden Ward. From South Fork, Brody Lush. From St. Anne, Benjamin Harpster. And from St. Thomas More, Marty Devaney. Let's hear it for all of our all-state selections for the 2024 I8FA.
And welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH, Wyatt Reed, Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser on the call here as we're at the half here. 20-0 our score. The defending state champion Amboy Clippers lead this one here over the Milledgeville Missiles. As we've been talking a little bit about how things played out there, and a lot of folks reacting in the comments. We appreciate everybody talking to us. We'll go over some of those reactions. Jeff, if you want to, you've got all the stats right there. Let's take a look at some of the stats that you came up with there in that first half.
We'll start with the passing. 0 for 4 with an INT on the Milledgeville side so far. Of course, a few of those there, the one at the INT there at the end, just trying to get some points on the board before halftime. The other ones is just he just doesn't have either the time to throw, he's under pressure, or the receivers are pretty well covered. Rushing-wise, Smith, 8 carries, 62 yards. Nye with 2 carries, 5 yards. And Livingood, the leading carrier, with 19 carries, but only 25 yards on those carries. He did have that sack for a loss of 20 early in the game that he had to overcome. First downs, I have them down for 6 first downs in the first half. For Amboy, and no surprise there's going to be a wide variety of running backs here. Fry, 5 carries for 67 yards. Leffelman, the leading carrier, with 8 carries for 90 yards. Klein, 4 carries for 20 yards. McKendry with 7 carries for 30 yards. And Eddie Jones is 2 for 4 for 33 yards on the passing. Giannis with a 12-yard catch, and Leffelman with a 21-yard reception.
And I think, Chris, the thing that you and I talked about last week when we were doing the Amboy semifinal game at Pawnee, we were just saying that this team, they'll just nickel and dime you to death up until this point. And yet today they've made some big plays that have turned into touchdowns. But originally this is a team that, 6 yards here, 4 yards here. They got another set of downs, and then they go and do it again, 5 yards there, 7 yards there. It was kind of a nickel and dime approach last week. This week, it's the big plays that have helped the Clippers out.
Yeah, we've seen some bigger yardage plays for the Clippers, but, yeah, you were right. I don't know that we had anybody last week over 100 yards for Amboy because they were able to spread the wealth around, and that's what's so hard, keep repeating myself, but that's a hard thing to stop when you've got 3 or 4 guys that can run the football, and then you've got a quarterback who's very capable and a good receiver in Giannis that, Amboy is a handful to try and come up, as Coach Border can attest. They're a handful to come up and try and draw anything up defensively to really stop them at times.
Yeah, it's almost like a pick your poison kind of thing, but it's not even that because there's so many options that you just can't focus on one thing. And like I said in the beginning of the game, it's just a matter of attrition. You may stop them here, may stop them, 1-2 times, but the line does their job, and then the running backs just by committee. It's just hard to wear anyone down.
Well, and you saw early in this game, you saw Milledgeville get a couple of stops. They actually got a 3-and-out on the opening drive here of this ball game, but then, ultimately they were able to pull off some big plays there. Is that coaching? Is it Coach Payne that's the reason that they were able to do this? When there's a negative play, is that just the coaching that says, "Hey, keep your head up. We're gonna keep doing the same old thing because eventually it'll work out"?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to scheme coming into the game, and they're going to say, hey, when we see this formation or maybe this, we're going to shoot this gap or we're going to do this. And it's real easy to scheme like that in the coach's room. And it's another thing when you get out there and you're like, oh, well, you know what? I didn't realize that if I shoot this gap, this guy's going to pick me up. Sometimes it's going to work. Sometimes it's not. And then the other thing, too, is once you do that once and the line sees it, they make the adjustment also.
Well, we are here at the half, 20-0 our score. Amboy leading Milledgeville here after 2 quarters of football. Still a long way to go here. A lot of football to be played, and we're certainly happy to bring it to you here on TSSR. Got folks filing in the comments here. They've been great all night long. We appreciate you guys. Diana watching from California. Go Clippers. Love number 14. That would be Jose Lopez. We talked to her a little bit last week as he got some play in mop-up time there a little bit. There's a lot of talk about, they look at the sidelines and they're kind of confused how some of these teams aren't 11-man football. I've been seeing that a lot in the comments section here. This is an 8-man football game here at Monmouth College, the I8FA 8-man state championship game. But there's been a lot of talk about that here. In the comments here.
It doesn't matter the size of your team. It matters of the enrollment of your school. And, some of these teams, when they started going to 8-man, they may only have had the same. Like, if you look at our sideline, we take the field, we have 18 kids, maybe 20 kids on the sideline, and that's senior through freshman. We had less last year, but we have more this year, and we're hoping for more next year. As you build your program, you're going to build – and let's be honest, these northern schools have rich football traditions. So when a chance to maybe get into another division opens up, you take that opportunity if you meet the criteria. You can't say anything about the turnout of the student athlete because you always want to see a good student athlete or student turnout.
Right, and we've talked over the course of the years about to some of these 8-man coaches that they started off with low numbers. That's why they went from 11 to 8 because they could not field 11-man teams or they were playing a lot of freshmen and sophomores up as we saw when the last year of BPC before they went in with a co-op with Bushnell-Prairie. But that and success, you get more and more kids are going to keep coming out for football. And I know we've talked to Coach Payne about that success builds numbers.
Right.
And that's a way you're going to take your lumps some schools at 8-man. But then you look at like a Savannah West Carroll this year. First, they'd lost in 0-9 last year in 11.
Yeah.
But they make it to the second round of 8-man football, and it was a numbers issue with them last year at 11-man.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing, you're just seeing these kids, they just want to play football. That's, I think, the most important thing is, when your enrollment gets low enough to where that kind of becomes a talking point of what do you do with the football team. These kids still want to go out there and they play football, and they've been playing excellent football all season long, and we're blessed to get to call that state championship game here on TSSR. So that's kind of the confusion that's been going on here in the chatter. I've seen that a lot here as we've been talking here with some folks in the comments. I've seen some other folks here, some players that were, players in this year's playoffs. I lost the one comment that I had, but I was gonna highlight, but I might come back to that here if I get the chance. As Milledgeville making its way out onto the field here, and yeah, they get the ball as we come back from the half, and we'll see if we can chat potentially here with Milledgeville head coach. And we do actually have the Milledgeville head coach joining us here. So, Levi, let's throw it to you here and see what Milledgeville's adjustment's going to be here in the second half.
Yeah, Coach, coming out of that first half, down 20-0, what's the message you gave to your team during that halftime?
We just got to clean stuff up. We're not doing a good job blocking backside on offense. Amboy's backers are flowing really hard. Defensively, we just keep getting misaligned, making some mistakes. We shot ourselves in the foot a few times on mistakes there. Amboy's a good football team. You can't make mistakes against them.
All right, good luck in the second half, Coach.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Levi. As we are at the half here, 20-0, Milledgeville head coach Jason Roble, who comes into his 16th year here at Milledgeville, and he's put together a 71-75 overall record. But making it all the way here to the state championship game. It's been a fun ride here so far. 2 more quarters stand between them and potentially a state championship here in the I8FA. But it's good to have everybody along here this evening, and we are hanging around here as we get ready for the second half of action between these two sides. And what do you think the big key here in the second half is going to be, Coach, as we get ready to play some more football here in the near future?
As Chris and I were talking about right before we actually we stepped aside so they could do the all-state introductions. He says it's not really a do or die, and I told him I didn't want to disagree with him, but I think Milledgeville has to put points on the board here. And it's going to be one of those things, the quicker they can score, I think is going to be better for them, because a big play can build momentum. If they can get a big play here, get some points on the board, get a big stop, they're right back into this. But this first drive is going to, I hate to say it this way, this first drive is going to set the tone for how the rest of the second half is going to go.
Yeah, and with that, Jeff, I think, as you said, it for morale, it maybe needs to be a fairly quick score.
Yes.
Not take up 6, 7, 8 minutes in the quarter. They need to get the ball and move the ball down the field and make the adjustments Coach Warble was talking about there with Levi.
If I'm on the Milledgeville side, I'm happy with a kick return for a touchdown if it's even that quick, because that's lightning in a bottle right now.
Yeah.
You get that, your kids are amped up, you kick the ball off, and you know what? I'm kind of a big fan of you get that big score. You know they're going to be looking for it, but maybe a quick onside kick too. You know, then you put it on your defense. Coach has already said, hey, we had some misalignments. You know, we had some people not filling their positions. Hey, you know what? You fix you fix that right there. You've already stopped them on their first possession of the contest, 3 and out. You can do it. You've showed you can do it.
Right.
As we got more folks filing in here in the comment section here, been following along here. We got Mike saying thanks for the broadcast this year. So much fun to be able to watch Amboy from down in Georgia. So we got Georgia joining us. We got California joining us here.
I thought I saw in Arizona.
Yeah, we saw some Arizona here. I mean, that's what this is all about. We're here for folks that may not have been able to, make this trip here to Monmouth, Illinois. We can certainly understand that. But, this is a great place to come hang out and watch some of the best teams in the state here in 8-man football. We're happy to be here, and we're 2 quarters away from crowning a state champion here. Amboy, they've been here before, 3 straight trips to the state championship game, of course winning last year, and now Milledgeville here coming in as the 6th seed. But, I mean, like we talked about here, this is not your average everyday 6th seed. This team has nothing to lose. They're going to come out swinging here in the second half, and I'm excited to see these adjustments that the Missiles make and see if they can get back into this ball game.
Well, you know, the crazy thing is that Milledgeville's a 6 seed and Amboy's a 4 seed, but both these teams have 1 loss, and both of those losses were to the other. One of them was to a number 1 seed, and the other one was to the number 3 seed in the playoffs. So it's not like these teams are slouches that just happen to slide through in the playoffs. Amboy was the number 1 ranked team until their loss against Ridgewood, and it kind of dropped them down in the power rankings a little bit. And that's kind of what I touched on earlier. I think they started getting overlooked at that point because they lost to the team that they absolutely blew out last year in the title game. And Milledgeville was one of those teams that they got beat by Polo, who, you know, was the number 2 seed coming in. Them and Pawnee, I do believe, I could be mistaken on this, but were the only 2 undefeated teams in the playoffs. And then all the way down through a 6 seed had 1 loss.
Right, and you know, Coach Payne talked with Dwayne about that. I think that loss might have been a good thing.
Right.
If there's a good loss and it coming early in the season, that's it. But, you know, they'd won 17 straight games, and I think that maybe, you know, awoke a sleeping bear, a giant, whatever however you want to phrase it. But, you know, I think that probably got Amboy, if it's possibly, be more focused.
Well, and I also think that after that they started getting overlooked. They started hearing about how Polo was probably the best team in the state, and then, you know, how Milledgeville was probably the team you couldn't count out once it got into the playoffs, which obviously you couldn't count out Milledgeville. Here they are. But I think Amboy might have started pinning some of those things on their board saying, hey, look, we're not even in contention now. They're not even thinking about us because we lost.
Right, and then, you know, taking out the number 1 seed last week and the way that happened, that came out in a game that we thought were close. They just, you know, dominated from start to finish in that game.
Well, we're about ready to get underway here in the 3rd quarter. More comments flying in. Robert listening to us from Korea. Wow, Korea in the chat here. Love to see that. That is awesome to see. Do you guys, by chance, have that list? We got a question from the Bearded Commander. Who got All-State for Amboy? I know Leffelman was one of them. And was it Jones?
It was Jones and Leffelman.
It was Jones and Leffelman for Amboy.
And if this gentleman in Korea, if you're over there because of the military, thank you for your service.
Yes, absolutely.
As we're lined up and ready to go, here's second half about to get underway. Thanks for joining us on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Chris Frankhauser, and Jeff Borders joining me here this evening. Second half kickoff underway, and a deep kick. It goes to Milledgeville, returning it, Micah Tom Smith. He's on his feet past the 30-yard line, and he's taken down near the 33, and that is where the Missiles will take over here. Opening drive of this half. Very important. 35 is where they're actually going to mark it. Might be a generous spot there, but that's where the Missiles will take over as we start the 3rd quarter.
9, Brody Christopherson on the stop for the Clippers.
Yeah, White, I was watching the monitor right there when you said 33, and I'm like, I think they just moved that ball up.
They sure did. They sure did. Folks watching in Uganda.
Who spread?
Wow, that is awesome. As we're ready to go, moving a man in motion, as taking it up the middle is their quarterback, Carter Livingood. And a good gain on first down, staying ahead of the sticks. Gain of 5, going up to the 40-yard line, so 5-yard gain. And that'll set up a second down and about 5 at the 40. Carter Livingood, the quarterback, taking over here in the playoffs. And he's done an excellent job getting this Missiles team here to the state championship game. But now a tough mountain to climb here, down 20 to the defending state champion. Livingood with 2 backs behind him, turns, hands it off, gets it to Tom Smith, and he just works his way past the 45-yard line. That's going to be enough for a first down and an ideal start to this first half here for Milledgeville, trailing by 3 scores.
Yeah, they needed to come out and move the football, and they've done so here early on.
Ball marked at the 45-yard line. A good run there by Micah Tom Smith. 5 yards, first down. And the Missiles will have it as they break the huddle. 2 backs in the backfield. Waiting the snap. They hand it off again. And running his way up the middle. Still on his feet. Wow, past the 50-yard line. Spencer Nye. I believe that was him who had the ball. Spencer Nye on the carry. Gain of 6 on that play. You're seeing that effort here in the early going here from the Missiles. 2 excellent runs there when you thought they were going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage. Using that effort and getting up 6 yards. Second down and about 4. As we've got 10.5 to go here in the third quarter. Another bunch set here as Livingood pitches it. Gets it to Tom Smith outside. And still on his feet. And Micah Tom Smith is taken down past the 45-yard line on the plus side of the field. Near the 41. They mark him at the 40. And it'll be a first down for the Missiles.
Just going to say that seeing the bunch set and Livingood under center, which we didn't really see at all in that first half.
Yeah, a little read option play out to the far side there. Got a gain of 9 and another Missile first down.
So this drive, all things clicking here for the Missiles.
4 plays, 2 first downs.
2 wide receivers going to split out right side. Now they spread the field out. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Livingood moving a man in motion. A little pop pass to Tom Smith. Moves his way outside. Stiff arms. Past the 35. Still on his feet. 25 near the 20. What a run by Micah Tom Smith as he's down near the red zone.
Give him a gain of 20. They marked him right on the 20-yard line,
yes,
it looks
they
like.
did.
Boy, those are just some generous spots they're giving these guys here.
Flanagan and Merriman on the stop for the Clippers.
And that is a pass completion for 20 yards.
Yeah, a little pop pass right there. Micah Tom Smith moving in motion. As we'll take a look at this one here on replay. Showing off his wheels, Micah Tom Smith on that little pop pass. Back in the shotgun, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. And you're going to take it this light. Livingood up the middle. He's going to gain about 1, maybe 2 on that play. Carter Livingood. The quarterback keeper on that one, I should say. Gain of 2. It'll be second down and 8. 9:25 to go here in this third quarter. Milledgeville on their opening drive now into the red zone. 20-0, Amboy with the lead. Both teams coming into this one 11-1. Milledgeville the 6. Amboy, they come in, they were the 2, right? Or
They're the number 4.
The 4. So 4 versus 6 here in the playoffs. Livingood moving a man in motion as they give it to Tom Smith. Micah Tom Smith is taken down.
That's going to be a horse collar tackle.
Taken down near the 15-yard line, but adds some more yardage. Good catch there by Mr. Borders there. Likely half the distance, and now you're set up with a first and goal potential for Milledgeville as the official getting the official word from his counterparts. Horse collar tackle indeed is the call, so that'll be a first down and goal to go. And now, like we talked about potentially, you don't want to say do or die time here with still a lot of football to go, but take a look there. Obvious horse collar tackle on that one. You don't want to say do or die, but it almost feels like it is here in a 20-0 ball game. Living good. Bunch set. He's going to pitch it outside, getting it to Nye. Able to hang on to that one somehow, some way. He's down at the 7. And a 1 on the play. Be second down and goal to go at the 7, maybe the 6.5-yard line.
Couldn't really see. Just didn't look like that was a clean pitch on the option.
No.
He was kind of under duress when he pitched it. And as our football coach used to tell us in high school, never pitch under duress.
Nye able to keep at least on his feet to gain a 1 because it looked like he might have gone down. He stumbled a little bit after he caught the pitch.
Second down and goal to go at the 6-yard line. They're going to, losing the ball is Tom Smith. He's able to fall back on it. Micah Tom Smith somehow gets it back, but now that's going to push Milledgeville back even further. It'll be third down and about goal to go at the 12-yard line.
Little new wrinkle there, a direct snap to Micah Tom Smith.
Yeah, we saw that a couple times in the first half, but that's going to be a loss of 6. Now bring up a 3rd and 12, or I guess 3rd and 12, or 3rd and goal from the 12.
As we'll take a look at that one once again here as Milledgeville, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. And near disaster there for Micah Tom Smith. Oh, a little trickery. Oh, and he's got a wide open run. Spencer Nye, right side, touchdown for the Missiles. Spencer Nye on the trick play, the reverse.
Is that a double pass?
A touchdown nonetheless.
I think so.
I think it is. One pitch was forward, so that's a pass.
A little trickery from Milledgeville. Haven't seen it so far in this ball game, but now you see it here on the opening drive of the second half. Touchdown for Spencer Nye from 12 yards out, and it's 20-6. Tight formation once again. Living good, ready to go. They hand it off. Oh, they pitch it outside all by himself. Micah Tom Smith in for the 2-point try. The option play works to perfection. And we've got a ball game, fellas. 20-8 our score. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Welcome back to TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser on the call. As we take a look at the previous play here, Milledgeville taking it right down the field here. How about this 2-point play there, fellas?
Yeah, it was a great play fake there by Living Good, and the pitch to Tom's. Nye and Tom's basically going untouched on the touchdown and the 2-point conversion for the Missiles.
So a perfect opening drive here as you start the second half here. Now we'll see what Amboy can do. 20-8 our score.
That ball is teed very straight. Never mind. Nope. By the way the window looked, I thought it was teed up very straight and down. I was like, but I think you're going to see, I don't know, this it just looks like an onside setup to me.
Yeah, Wayne Nye is lined up to kick it.
Yeah. So we'll see. Nye in to kick it for Milledgeville. We'll see if they boot it deep or if they go for the onside kick try. They go onside kick and fight for the football near midfield. And it looks like Amboy fell on it.
Yep, they're calling Amboy ball.
We've got on it over there on the far side, number 20.
Caden Heath, the sophomore, coming away with that one. And a good recovery there for Amboy as Milledgeville trying that onside trickery. I mean, trickery's been the story so far here. You've seen trick plays there on that opening offensive drive. Now, I don't know if that was really too much trickery because they were lined up that way, but trying to get the ball back. Fry in the backfield. Leffelman, the up back. Jones takes the handoff. Fry goes right side, tries to bump it to the outside, and Milledgeville in the backfield there. A beautiful play for the Missiles. Spencer Nye in on the stop, and it'll be second down and long.
Dalton Adam on the stop, and we've called his name, number 59, quite a bit for the Missiles this evening.
6:53 to go here, third quarter. Second down and 10. Ball right at midfield. I formation again. McKendry is the back. Up back is Leffelman again. Here's the snap. Jones turns, hands it to McHenry. Looking for a hole past the 45 as he runs his way left side. He's going to be about 3 or 4, maybe 2 or 3 yards short, I should say. And now a big third down here for Milledgeville. Needing a stop here, but they're likely going to have to do it with 2 different plays here as Amboy with the ball, 6:20 to go here in the third quarter. Checking into the ball game, Braden Klein, saw him run into the huddle. As back in the I formation, Eddie Jones. I formation, handed to Leffelman right up the middle, and he's going to be close, and he's going to have a first down. They're going to mark him just past the 40-yard line. First down for the Clippers. Just under 6 minutes to go here in quarter number 3.
Just a straight power run with your fullback. You only got a few yards to get, and why not go with the guy that got you here?
74 Jackson Sidemore on the stop for the missiles, but it is a gain for just enough for the first down.
5:38 to go. As a tight set here for Amboy. Eddie Jones, Leffelman in the back. They're going to hand it to him again, moving his way left side through the hole, and he finds his way down to about the 35-yard line, as that'll be another gain of 5 for Leffelman. They might be going to that nickel and diming approach here, Chris. We talked a lot about that last week. They might be going to that approach here as they try to keep the ball out of the hands of Milledgeville, who went down and scored real quickly here in this third quarter.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of what we have seen out of the Clippers throughout the playoffs. You know, some bigger gains in the first half, but this is kind of Amboy football, 3, 4, 5 yards at a time.
I formation, Eddie Jones takes the snap, turns, hands it to Klein, runs his way left side towards the middle, and he's going to be stopped maybe 1 or 2 on that one, but not much. Gain of a yard for Klein. That'll set up third down. Third down and about 3.5 for the Clippers.
Every running back now has at least 1 carry in the second half.
Kind of a common occurrence if you've been following Amboy here during these playoffs. McKendry going to check in as he runs to the huddle. Keeping your guys fresh. That's what Coach Payne is so good at doing for this Amboy team. I formation, Leffelman the up back. Jones gives it to Leffelman, runs his way right side. He's near the 30. He's going to have enough. Another first down. Boy, on the big plays, third down, they just turn and hand it to number 21, and he makes it work.
Yeah, nothing fancy. They're just get in behind your linemen and follow them, and it picks up about 3 or 4 on the play, and they pick up another first down.
They got him unofficially now for 103 yards on that with that carry. Not on that carry. That'd be a record or something, but with that carry.
I mean, this is just grind it out. Give it to your big man, and that's what Leffelman did there as we took a look at the replay there. Back in the I formation again. Jones turns, hands it off to Fry. He's got a touchdown here today. Bumps it to the outside. Stiff arm. Still on his feet, and he's run out of bounds past the 20-yard line. We'll see where they mark him.
They're going to mark him a little bit further back, maybe?
As he must have run out of bounds.
Can't tell if that's a 22-yard line.
Looks about that.
Hard to see that far sideline here as the field is shortened. So we can't really see the line all the way up here in the press box. So ran out of bounds about 2 yards shy of the 20-yard line.
That gives him 74 yards on the night.
Gain of 7 on the play. Second down and 3 to go. Ball is at the 22-yard line. I formation again. Jones takes the snap, hands it off to Klein, runs his way outside. He's got no one in front of him. There goes Braden Klein. Touchdown, Clippers.
Klein with that 22-yard touchdown run just doubled his yardage for the night.
Braden Klein, what a run. Good blocking up front. Once he got to the outside, there was nobody there left in front of him.
Well, we've seen him pound the middle, and like we saw in the first half, they pounded the outside a couple of times and got that first score, and we'll see the replay here.
I mean, he turned on the burners once he got to the outside, and there was nobody in front of him. What a run. As the I formation on the 2-point try, they turn. They're going to hand it off to Leffelman. He runs his way up the middle. Did he get in? He's about a half a yard shy. Quinn Leffelman is turned down on the 2-point try, but a touchdown for the Clippers. An answer. 26-8 our score. 3:38 to go in the third. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live brought to you by MDH. And welcome back. TSSR Game Time Live brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser on the call. A touchdown for the Clippers. An answer here in the third quarter. Both teams in the end zone here. And we'll see if Milledgeville can respond after that scamper from Braden Klein. As the kickoff, a little low line drive, going to bounce 35-yard line. Returned by Milledgeville past the 40-yard line. And
9?
still on his feet.
I think so.
Near the 45-yard line. So a good return, good field position once again for Milledgeville as they will look to get an answer here offensively. Spencer Nye on the return. Said his name here a lot here tonight. Good return.
And as we said, coming out of half, once again, this is kind of a must-score situation. And the quicker you can score, the better, because we're down to 3 minutes left here in the third quarter. I know the scoreboard says second quarter, but
yeah, both teams grinding it out. A little pop pass, a little double pop pass. They get it to Nye, runs it right side, and he's taken down. What a hit by Amboy. Braden Klein, among others, in on the stop.
You think they were ready for it that time?
I think so.
Well, if they kept it with Micah Tom Smith, it looked like if he was coming near side, it looked like he might have had an opening, but instead they tried the extra pitch, and instead ends up with maybe a 1-yard gain if you're lucky. Well, they say right at the line of scrimmage, so no gain on the play. Hugh Freeze here. Coach Freeze watching some small-town football before the big game against A&M. Appreciate you watching there, Coach. Moving a man in motion. Here's the snap. Fakes the pop pass. Living Good going to move up in the pocket. He's going to run. He's got all sorts of open space. 45, 30, 20, 15. There he goes. Left side 10. Into the end zone. Touchdown. Carter Living Good. What a run by the quarterback.
Great job by your receivers, too, downfield. Evan Schneck there on the far side with a great block, holding the block, allowing that play to result in the 6.
Yep, I was going to say that. I watched him. He turned, looked for the ball, saw that Living Good was running, turned around and locked his man up, and he sprung that touchdown. I should say sprung it. Living Good sprung it way back about the 50, but he secured that touchdown.
Because that was going to be about the last man that had a chance to get him here, as we'll see on the replay.
Look at that. Just turned on the jets and then able to cut back.
There you go, right there.
That cutback. It was the difference of that play. Carter Living Good, a big run on that one. And now a tight set here on the 2-point try. Throws it into the end zone. That one batted away.
Cody Wynn on the coverage there, number 3 for the Clippers.
Wow.
Got to give Connor Johnson some credit, too, because he was also one of those downfield wide receivers that also locked up his guy.
We'll take a break. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Chris Frankhauser, Jeff Borders on the call. I8FA state championship game, and how about this offensive showcase that we're getting here in the third quarter, fellas? 2 drives, 2 touchdowns, good answers from Milledgeville. Now they need a defensive stop, and we'll see if they can get it here on this drive.
That's going to be big because so far it's been like a title fight, boxing match, back and forth here. With 3 touchdowns on all 3 offensive positions, and if you're Milledgeville, you got to get a stop here.
And they're trying for the onside once again. It appears he needs that third rotation big bounce. 1, 2. Nope, not going to get it.
Oh, and he returns it.
6.
There goes Amboy. 20, 15,
Heath.
10. Touchdown, Clippers.
Caden Heath.
That's what happens when you got to have one guy dedicated to go to the person. The guy behind him goes for the ball. The guy went for the ball. Heath fields it on the clean hop, and he's just gone.
Well, as onside kicks go as a return team, you couldn't have asked for a better bounce than that, Jeff. Right into the numbers, and he streaks down the field. What I say about a boxing match, back and forth, here we go again.
Yeah, on that onside kick, what he's wanting to do, he's wanting to get that. There's a 1 hop, a 2nd hop, and when that ball hits the ground a 3rd time, you want to take that big high hop, sometimes a 4 or 5 foot up in the air, and that lets your players come in and get a chance on it. That thing took about a 2-foot hop on the 2nd bounce, little shortstop play, off to the races we go.
What a return, Caden Heath, the sophomore, 5'7", 155, in on that return. And now 32-14, 2-point try, I formation. Eddie Jones, he's got Klein and Leffelman in the backfield. Turns, they're going to fake the handoff, pitch it to Klein, towards the pylon. There goes Klein, in for the 2-point try. We're seeing that play a lot here on both sides. The 2-point try is successful. 2:19 to go here in quarter number 3.
So, are we staying here?
Staying here.
I mean, if we want to keep the title fight thing going on here, so Amboy just got him with a right cross. Not Amboy. Milledgeville got him with the right cross on that big run there by Living Good. This was an uppercut retaliation, and now we're going to have to see if they're rocked or if they're able to, keep going on this, because you have a big play like that and you think you've got the momentum swung back in your direction, and then the kick return goes back for a touchdown. And I know this because I watched our team go down and score against Amboy, it was against West Central, had all the momentum, kick it off and watch it return for a touchdown, and just kills your momentum that you gained.
2:19 to go here, quarter number 3, as Leffelman teeing it up. He's not going to try any onside shenanigans. He will boot this one about as far as he can.
Tom Smith back to receive.
As Leffelman squared it up, and he's ready to go. Boots that one, a little low line drive. It will get back to about the 25-yard line, returning it near side.
Connor Johnson.
And he's taken down just past the 30-yard line with 2:14 to go here, quarter number 3.
Looks like Ed Fry, number 6, there for the stop. The big stop for Amboy.
It was a 6-on-6 collision, wasn't it? 7, I guess Connor Johnson's 7.
Still a big hit by Ed Fry on the play.
And those don't feel good when it's this chilly
No.
outside.
And you can see that when Leffelman's kicking, he's not trying to kick those deep. He's kicking that solid squib kick. That gives his guys more time to get down there.
Big hit there from Amboy. So here we go. 1st and 10. The ball is at the 31, maybe the 32-yard line. Milledgeville, pitch pass here, gets it to Tom Smith. Runs it outside, trying to stay on his feet, but he is taken down.
Merriman, 52 in as well, as it looked like Fry again on the stop for the Clippers.
Gain of 1.
Maybe.
I don't know if they gave him 1, but I just wrote 1 in pen, so I'm giving him 1.
Yeah, they're not moving that down marker much, but we'll call it a gain
They really
of 1.
aren't. Like, the spots have confused me here tonight. That looked like a 1-yard gain, but they say no gain, so 2nd down and 10. I'd be a little more generous if I were keeping track here tonight, but Coach Borders keeping track. 4 wide receivers, 2 on each side. Taking it right up the middle is Living Good. He's to the outside, and he's taken down near the 38-yard line. Carter Living Good, who we saw break one off just a few moments ago, able to get near the 40-yard line. So 3rd down, they mark it at about the 36-yard line.
I think.
Gain of 4 on that play, so third down and about 4 to go.
Scoreboard says 5, so.
We'll say 5 as well. 1:05 to go.
And
Third down.
Sorry, White, the big thing was he stayed in bounds. The clock is still running.
3 wide receivers out. Awkward set there on the left side. Here's the snap. Living good. A little screen pass to Tom Smith. There he goes. Down the sideline. He's got enough for a first down. He's past the 45. And you saw Klein right there hold his hands up, not wanting to get a late hit, give him extra yards. Smart play there by Amboy. Still a first down for Milledgeville.
And it's going to stop the clock. 46 seconds to play here in the third quarter. Clock running now on the official signal.
Who was on the reception?
Mike and Tom Smith.
Okay. That's
3 wide receivers now on the right side. They're going to throw it to Tom Smith again. Down the sideline, trying to split through tacklers as he's taken down near midfield, near the 49-yard line. 25 seconds to go here, quarter number 3.
52 Dylan Merriman on the stop.
As that might be the last play here of the third quarter as time starts ticking away here. 14 seconds to go. 34-14. A lot of offense between both sides here. Both teams have scored 2 touchdowns here in the second half. As the clock still ticks down, and that'll end our third quarter. One more quarter. We'll crown a champion here in Monmouth. Amboy leading at Milledgeville, 34-14. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser on the call here in the I8FA State Championship game. One more quarter to go, and the defending champion Amboy Clippers up 20. Same score as halftime, up 20. But a little more offense there in quarter number 3, both sides scoring twice. Now, Milledgeville with the ball, looking for an answer. They're going to need some defensive stops. That's going to be the big play here in the fourth.
Yeah, and I think they need to get something relatively quick here offensively to cut into that 20-point lead.
3 wide receivers right, 1 to the left. Living good in the shotgun. Takes the snap, looks to throw, pump fakes, throws over the middle of the field, looking for Spencer Nye in and out of his hands.
Yeah, ball a little bit behind him as Nye had found a good seam there in the middle of the field on that pass play.
I'm not going to lie. I thought they were setting up the double pass play, throw it out here and then let him throw it down the field. But looked like they actually tried to set up a pump fake and a go route with one of the front receivers. Wasn't opened and just threw it behind a wide open Nye coming across the middle.
3 wide receivers going out left side. 3rd down and 9. Ball is at the 49-yard line on the Milledgeville side. A little screen play to Johnson. He's at midfield and he is hit. Able to get past midfield, but Johnson is taken down after a gain of about 3 on that play to about the 48. Connor Johnson. And now it'll be 4th down. And a must-make 4th down here. 4th down and about 5 as we're ticking down 11 and a half to go here in the state championship. 4th down and 5. 2 wide receivers on each side of Livingood. He takes the snap. Livingood looking to throw. Nobody open. Throws now over the middle of the field. That one tipped away, incomplete. Looking for Micah Tom Smith as that one was batted away.
Braden Klein, 25 on the tip. And, yeah, Tom Smith was open. Just a good play there by Klein to break it up.
Well, I think, once again, the ball was just a little bit behind him. One of the things that I've tried to tell our quarterbacks on some of these routes, throw where the receiver is going, not where they are. They'll run right into it, and I think that one there was just a little bit behind him, and the trailing defender was able to get his hand up and knock it away.
So the Clippers will take over here. 1st down, near midfield, ball at the 48-yard line. I formation. They've got Klein in the backfield. They hand it off to Klein as he bumps his way outside, looking to get to the sideline as he is taken down. What a gain there by Braden Klein. as he was able to stay on his feet. They mark him down a few yards shorter of where he landed, as that'll be marked down at about the 46-yard line on the plus side of the field. Gain of 6, and it'll be second down and no huddle. Here comes Jones, hands it off again. Klein runs his way left side through a hole. He's going to have enough for a first down, as they'll mark him at the 41-yard line. How about the no huddle approach here, leading by 20?
Well, this is where you come in with the numbers thing and just wearing down. Amboy has done that. You've seen that a lot this year. Fourth quarter, you've got those 4 or 5 guys that pounding the offense. You're going to wear some guys down on the defensive side of the ball.
And the handoff to Leffelman up the middle, and he's going to be taken down here past the 40-yard line. Quinn Leffelman will be taken down at about the 38-yard line. Gain of 3 on that play, maybe 4.
Spencer Nye on the stop, 46 for the Missiles.
And they give him 4, it looks like. So I formation again. They turn, hand it off to Klein. Bumps his way left side, looking for a hole. He is taken down at the 36, maybe the 35. We'll see where they mark it. And now it'll be third down. Third down at about 4 upcoming. And a timeout is called, or an official's timeout, as there is a missile down on the field. That is Spencer Nye, but he is up and jogging off to the sideline. Good to see that. As we've got 10 minutes, 10-12 to go here in the state championship game. 34-14, Amboy leading at Milledgeville. And a big third down here for the Missiles. Need to stop them here, likely on 2 plays, if you want to have any chance of trying to make this comeback here, Chris.
Yeah, they need to get a stop and get it quick.
Third down and 4, I formation. A whistle and a penalty flag is going to come in.
Illegal procedure.
As a jump. Pretty much everybody on the offensive line jumped.
But the center.
Didn't snap the ball, so that'll push the Clippers back to the 40-yard line. And now that'll make it a 3rd and long situation.
3rd and right about 9.
Yeah.
As the illegal procedure. But this game's been a pretty clean game for the most part here. You've seen a couple of, horse collars or face masks, and you saw a couple of early jitter penalties here. But overall, this has been a very clean game so far between the two.
And I was going to mention that because Amboy has been known to put some penalties up on the board.
In the shotgun is Jones. They fake and a whistle.
I think it's going to be
timeout. Maybe.
No,
delay a
game offense.
Wow, another penalty. So just as we were talking, Amboy has added up 2 penalties here.
I want to say that when the last time that we saw Amboy, Chris, that they had almost close to 100 yards in penalties that game.
Regular season finale, yes, as they reset the play clock and down to 18 on the play clock.
3rd and 14 now after back-to-back penalties.
3rd down, 14 to go.
Clock down under 9:20 to play now.
And the ball's all the way back to about the 45-yard line. I formation, Leffelman and Klein in the backfield. Jones takes the snap, fakes the pitch.
Looks
wide open. Wide open left side, but he overthrows him, incomplete.
And we've seen that play a lot this year out of the Clippers, and he had a good 10 yards of space between the defender, which I believe was 10 Evan Schneck.
I don't know if we get a replay. I don't know if he was under that much pressure that he had to get rid of it, but all he had to do was turn, set his feet, and just lob that one down there. It seemed like he felt pressured and just kind of chucked it.
I think Micah Tom Smith was coming in. We don't have the replay on that one, so Micah Tom Smith was coming in to put the pressure on, and now 4th down. Amboy going to come in and punt this one away as Leffelman takes it, boots that one deep. And the Missiles, Micah Tom Smith returns it near the 15-yard line. Shakes some tacklers near the 20. Still on his feet near the 25. He's taken down on the near side. And Micah Tom Smith on the return. Gain of about 10.
Caden Heath, 20 on the stop.
What a day,
Amboy.
What a day for the sophomore. That return. We've seen him make a couple of big plays there on special teams. 8:51 to go here in the state championship game. Milledgeville, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do it fast. Scott Payne, you see on the screen there, defending state champion. 3 times in a row they've been here to the state championship game. Will he get a second straight? Here's the snap. Living Good hands it off to Johnson. Johnson moves his way up the middle, past the 30-yard line. He's taken down near the 32, maybe the 33. Oh, they give him a 34-yard spot.
They didn't count him down on that first one. He must have kept his feet.
And that's a good return, or good run there by Connor Johnson. Up, gain of 8 on that play. It'll be 2nd down and 2 as the clock ticks under 8.5 to go. As we take a look at that one, Johnson able to keep his feet going. Nice little misdirection there. Yep, still on his feet. That was a nice play. The handoff here, and that is a huge loss as they tried it again to Connor Johnson into the backfield. Who else, Chris? Number 83, Evan Flanagan.
Yeah.
Leffelman led the charge on that one there, too.
Yes.
Leffelman read that play from the get-go and blew that up.
So now it's set up with a 3rd down and about 6. Ball at 31. They pop pass it to Tom Smith. He tries to get to the outside. And the ball, I thought the ball came out for a moment. Micah Tom Smith able to keep it. And he is stopped. Another loss, and this Amboy defense here on this drive has been excellent as the crowd comes alive here on the near side. We take a look at that one, a little pop pass. Getting into the backfield again, it's Leffelman.
Timeout taken by Milledgeville. They're first to the second half.
And what a day for Quinn Leffelman. Couple of big plays rushing the ball. And that one right there defensively, he flies all over the field, and he is a big part of why the Clippers are back in this state championship game. And he's a big reason why the Clippers are up 20 here with coming up on 7 minutes to go, 7:27 to go here as the clock is stopped for the timeout.
Yeah, that last play, not this, the play before last when they tried that end around for the second time. Leffelman saw that, chased it straight down the line of scrimmage, and as soon as that kid turned up, he was right there to wrap him up, and then had some help from some of his friends to bring him the rest of the way down, but he tracked that all the way across the field.
And now do or die time here for Milledgeville. The Missiles, 4th down, and about 7 to go. Ball is now at the 29-yard line. We'll see what the Missiles have drawn up here. They take a timeout. And 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left, man in the backfield. Living Good takes the snap, looks to throw, throws it over the middle. He's got a man. It's Spencer Nye breaking tackles past the 40, and the Missiles stay alive. Tackled near the 45-yard line. Spencer Nye on the reception.
3, Cody Wynn on the stop, but a big conversion there for Milledgeville.
As we take a look at that one there, nice pass from Living Good. Open Spencer Nye near the 40-yard line. Ready to go, 1st and 10. Living Good going to take it as he runs his way left side. You said it, Leffelman and Llanos in on the stop. Those 2 guys flying all over the field here as we approach 7 minutes to go here in the state championship.
You see why Leffelman was an all-state candidate or player for 8-man football here on the last few plays.
He says, let me show you why I was out there at halftime.
Exactly.
2 to the left, 2 to the right. Here's a little pitch pass right side. Gets it to Micah Tom Smith as he is taken down past the 45-yard line near midfield. They're going to give him midfield, Micah Tom Smith. What a run there. Shaking off some tacklers here. Now a semi-no huddle. Now they do come to a huddle here as the clock, 6.5 to go here in the 4th quarter. Not a very long huddle for Milledgeville. 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Here's the snap. Living Good looking to throw. Pressure comes. Gets that one over the middle. That one in and out of the hands of Spencer Nye.
They had 4th down on the far sideline. Is that right?
Now it's 4th down.
Now it's 4th down.
Okay.
So they changed it real quickly.
Well, when I looked up on the pass play, I was like, wait, this is a 4th down play. Now it's
4th down and 4. Ball is at midfield. Need to get to the 46 to keep the drive going. You'd like a quick score to have any chance, you feel like, here for Milledgeville. Time is ticking away. 6:17 to go. 4th down and 4. 2 wide receivers left. One now lining up as a tight end, so it's 1 left, 1 right. Now a timeout.
The play clock was down to 3.
Connor Johnson didn't know where he's supposed to line up at.
We'll take a break. We're back after this. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And welcome back. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser on the call. A big 4th and 4, ball at the 50-yard line. 6:17 to go here in the fourth. 34-14, Amboy with the lead, Milledgeville with the ball. In the shotgun, one wide receiver on each side. Living good. Takes the snap, rolls back, pump fakes, throws that one deep left side, looking for his man. That one incomplete. Good coverage down the field, intended for Micah Tom Smith, and a turnover on down, and the fans here on the near side for Amboy can feel it. Up 20 with 6:12 to go, and they get the ball back.
Eddie Jones on the coverage for the Clippers.
Good coverage. The defense tightening up after two big plays, two big drives for Milledgeville to start the half. But it feels like the turning point here in this ball game was that return for a touchdown by Amboy, Caden Heath, on that onside kick try. This game just hasn't felt the same since.
No.
As Jones takes it, hands it off to McKendry. He runs his way left side, through a hole, and he is taken down near the 45-yard line. Good run there by McKendry. Gain of 4 on the first down play. It'll be second down. And 6 upcoming as the clock ticks under 6 minutes to go here in the championship. They break the huddle, Amboy. Still plenty of time on the play clock here. They've got Klein in the backfield. Jones takes it, gives the handoff to Klein. He bumps it outside, and he's going to be stopped. Maybe a gain of 1. They'll give him the 45-yard line. And now it'll be third down. Another big third down here as we take a look at that one. Take a look at the blocking up front. Nice play there by big number 58. That is for Amboy, Trevor Stenzel. And that's been the thing here for Amboy, the great blocking up front from their linemen on the offensive side, and then the defensive line has been causing pressure and making it very difficult for the offense to do anything here for Milledgeville, outside of a couple of big plays. Third down at about 5. Ball at the 45. Run. Here's the snap. Jones fakes. He's going to take it outside. Now he cuts back. Jones still on his feet. Past the 30. Down the sideline. Cuts back. He's taken down at the 20. What a run by Eddie Jones.
I said he doesn't run it much, but he does. When he does, it usually good things happen for the Clippers, and a big run there by the quarterback, senior quarterback for the Clippers.
Shaking off tacklers there on that one. What a run. Getting it up to the 20-yard line. First and 10.
25-yard run.
25 yards as we've got 4:34 to go. I formation. Jones hands it off to Leffelman, who runs it up the middle. And that'll be a good gain of about 4 on that play. Second down upcoming. Second down and 6. And time really not on Milledgeville's side here. Down 20 after that big play. They marked him after a gain of 3.
Clock down to 4:10, play clock at 25, so they can run this down under 4 minutes before snapping the football.
Klein is checked into the huddle. As there's Klein in the backfield. He's got Leffelman right there in front of him. Eddie Jones awaiting the snap. Here's the snap. They turn, hand it off to Klein, runs his way left side past the 20. Near the 15-yard line. He's going to be close. I think they're going to give him enough.
They're going to give him a nice, generous spot. They're going to say first down.
And a first down and goal now upcoming. The clock will stop with 3:46 to move the chains. Actually, no movement of the chains, so the clock now moving. 3:42 to go. And Amboy, the fans here on the near side, they can feel it. as the clock ticks to 3.5 minutes to go. No hurry. In checks in Ed Fry. Now it's kind of a revolving door at the running back spot. Leffelman now the only back. Here's the snap. They hand it off to Leffelman. He puts his head down. He runs left side. No gain on the play. To the 10-yard line, Quinn Leffelman.
Carter Levin good on the stop. 48 for the Clippers, or for the Missiles, I should say.
And that was one of those runs by Leffelman where it was more important that he just get some positive yardage, which he got back to the original line of scrimmage, but that he secured the ball and the clock keeps running.
Second down and goal. Ball at the 10-yard line. 2:45 to go here as Amboy looking for their second straight state championship. Milledgeville, what a run they've had. It hasn't been easy. Knocking off Polo last week in the semifinals. As they turn, hand it off left side, looking for the corner is McKendry. Past the 5, he's into the end zone. Touchdown McKendry. Josh McKendry from 10 yards out. And the Clippers, they can feel it. We take a look at this one. What a run by Josh McKendry. Look at that effort there on the sideline, able to stay in bounds. And Josh McKendry makes it 40-14 with 2:25 to go here. 2-point try. Handed off to Leffelman as he runs his way near the line. He's in. In for the 2-point try, and Amboy leads this thing 42-14. We'll take a look at the 2-point try once again. Actually, it's a look at the touchdown, actually. Running it, McKendry. Look at that effort right there. Stiff arm, no sir. We'll keep it here. 2:25 to go here in the state championship, 42-14. Milledgeville has given it their all, but Amboy, that's a tough team to stop out there, Chris.
They are.
There's a reason they've won so many games here over the last few years. Coach Payne in his 4th season, 29-7 overall. 3 trips to the state championship game in 4 years for Coach Payne. And now on his way to his 2nd state championship in as many years. Back to receive the kick is Micah Tom Smith.
Tanner Welch has it teed up for Amboy.
Number 35, the sophomore, listed as a quarterback here on this roster for Amboy. As he'll come in and boot it semi-deep as it's taken to the 25-yard line. Tom Smith, big hit, 30-yard line, and he's taken down near the 33. Micah Tom Smith on the return. As the clock now at 2:19 to go here in the 4th quarter. What a ball game here, fellas, for Amboy, as they've been able to pour it on here. Taking shot for shot, they were able to withstand that run there from Milledgeville, who gave it their all there in that 3rd quarter, but then the 4th quarter, it's been all Amboy. As the I formation set up here, as they fake the handoff, they're going to look to throw. Pressure comes, and he's taken down! Caleb Llanos in the backfield!
Kyson France in at quarterback, number 2, the freshman for Milledgeville.
And you know what? You can't put that on the freshman. He did the fake, did the rollout, and there was already someone standing right there in his face.
That's a male loss of
8.
About 8.
They gave it a loss of 13. It's 2nd down and 23 as we take a look at that one again. Caleb Llanos, hard to get away from that man as he makes a big stop there defensively. I formation, Francis hands it off. Micah Tom Smith breaking his way through to about the 25-yard line, but that's going to be it. They gave him the 26. Gain of 3 on the play as the clock ticks. 90 seconds to go here in the state championship.
Eddie Jones, 2 on the stop for the Clippers.
And just a couple more plays left here in this one as Amboy, back-to-back years, 3 straight trips here to Monmouth. The last 2 have been successful. 1:09 to go. I formation. Here's the snap. Francis pitches it. Micah Tom Smith looks like he wanted to throw it.
He's still trying
he
to.
is taken down at the 20-yard line.
Yanos again and Merriman, 52 and 36.
One thing you got to say about this Amboy team is, even in the later portions here, once this one got out of hand, their defense still playing very stout.
They are.
As we take a look at that one here, they tried to throw it a number of times on that one. Unable to get it off, though. One more play, 30 seconds to go. 4th down and about 22 to go. I formation for Milledgeville. Francis takes the snap, hands it off. Micah Tom Smith runs his way up the middle. It's a formality at this point, not going to be enough. Up to the 25-yard line, it'll be a turnover on downs. 12.5 seconds to go. And Amboy can come out and take a knee.
Yep.
.5 seconds to go. Amboy will take over at the 25-yard line. What a run, what a team. Well coached. Scott Payne going to pick up his second win here at Amboy in this state championship game in 3 tries. Victory formation as Eddie Jones, the All-Stater, will get the final kneel down. The Amboy Clippers are your I8FA 2024 state champions.
Back-to-back for the Clippers in our first state champion with a loss in the regular season.
What a team. 12-1, they'll finish the regular season. Milledgeville, their season will come to an end 1 win shy, 11-2. What a run it's been, though, for Milledgeville. I mean, this team fought throughout the entirety of the playoffs, and they had some big wins to get to this point. Just a little too much ahead of them here in Amboy tonight.
Yeah, I mean, just run into the buzzsaw that is the Amboy Clippers, but a great season for Coach Warble and the Milledgeville Missiles.
As the handshake line's taking place there near midfield. What a ball game there. Good back and forth there in that third quarter. But the defense for Amboy really stiffened up, much like they did there in that first half. A 20-0 ball game here at the half for Amboy. But then you saw just everything tighten up there after those blow for blows. Amboy going to walk away with their second straight state championship here in 8-man football. And the celebration can start once the handshake line. They'll celebrate some more here in Monmouth. Congratulations coming in here on the comment section. My comments continuing to freeze up because we have so many people in here. Got to reset it here. Congratulations to the Clippers. A great year. Well done to the Missiles as well. That is from Kim. Clipper guy. Congratulations, Clippers. Hold your heads up. Missiles, boys on both teams, played your hearts out. Coach Payne celebrating with his boys there. That is one happy coach out there on the field. Catherine in the comments as well. Congratulations, Amboy. Thank you to the announcers and the broadcast for those who couldn't be there. Thank you to the officials, reffing as well. Good job, Missiles. We'll see you next year. Clippers guy, appreciate the kind words there. Thank you for the excellent coverage from Clippers guy. Well done, Clippers. Kind of the common thing. As Quinn Leffelman, you see him there on the screen, Eddie Jones. Those two dudes did a lot for this team here in Amboy, and they were on display here tonight, especially number 21. A couple of really big plays there for Leffelman, really on both sides of the ball here.
Yeah.
That's what you got to be able to do here in 8-man football, and he proved it here on the biggest stage.
Yeah, impressive running, but just as impressive on the defensive side of the ball. We called his name several times, as we mentioned, All-State on the defensive side of the football, and a pretty darn good running back on offense for the Amboy Clippers. But, great game, great job, as you mentioned earlier, Wyatt, for Milledgeville to get here to the state championship game. A big win last week over Polo, and, a tough way for Milledgeville to end the season, but the Missiles and Coach Wardle had a great year.
And Coach Borders, what do you think the conversation is in that huddle there on the far side, on the right side here? The Milledgeville guys are all huddled up right there. What do you think that message is coming from head coach Wardle there?
I mean, the main thing that you got to tell these kids is they have to remember they're one of two teams in the entire 8-man community that made it this far. They've got to understand that they just ran into probably the team that's been the best team in the state the last 2 years. Ever since they lost to West Central 3 years ago in the title game, they've pretty much been the best team in the state. As Coach said in the pregame, their loss to Ridgewood there in Week 5 was a wake up call, and it might have been more of a poking the bear.
Yeah, poking the bear indeed, and since then they've rattled off victories. That was a Week 5 loss to Ridgewood there, and so they fell to 4-1 at that point. So 8 in a row to finish off the season, and there the guys are to celebrate here with their fans. Their fans have been making a whole lot of ruckus here tonight. I don't think they sat down at all here tonight, the Amboy side.
Right, and I want to throw some props up to both fan bases. A huge turnout from both schools here this evening at April's Orange Stadium here in Monmouth, on the campus of Monmouth College.
Yeah, both sides well represented. You heard both sides really, before the game, you could really hear the crowds getting into it on both sides, and that energy continued throughout this ball game here. 42-14, though, Amboy takes home the win here. We'll talk to both head coaches here in this post game, as, of course, they got some business to take care of here before
got some hardware to pick up.
Hardware to award, and see Coach Payne there on the bottom of your screen. There's some happy fans there on the Amboy side celebrating. What a crowd, what a game here tonight for the Amboy Clippers. 42-14. Let's see.
Coach Payne's going to get a bath, I think, coming.
Uh-oh. And there it is. That might have been water there, but even still, that is always a good feeling there, getting that water bath. Coach Payne.
I don't know about good feeling or not.
It's in the 30s outside. I don't know, getting water dumped on you at 30 in the 30s is probably, but he's loving every minute of it.
Yes, it's a how do you say this? It's an unwanted discomfort. How's that?
Yes.
It's a wanted discomfort.
Yes.
Sorry.
Discomfort,
It is a wanted discomfort.
Jennifer in the comments here, always proud to be a Missile. You boys should be proud of yourselves. That's kind of been the message that we've been throwing out here. We've got a lot of folks still filing in here, and you guys have been great here on if you got any questions maybe for folks here tonight, feel free to get in if you got anything for coaches. But, congratulations. We're always taking those as well, as, they have been going at it here all night long. The comments have been just about as wild as the fans have been here tonight, so we appreciate everybody for joining us here tonight. Connie in here, proud to be a part of the Polo community. She's a bus driver. Everybody worked hard. Polo, of course, falling short to Milledgeville last week, but I mean it's been a fun run to get here to the playoffs, and both these sides. It wasn't an easy road for either side. You look at where they were seated; they had to go on the road quite a bit. Amboy the 4, Milledgeville the 6. It wasn't an easy road, especially for Amboy, when you got to go down all the way to Pawnee and play the number 1 team. I mean, that's no easy task, and they handled everything in front of them there with relative ease here, it looked like here, this state championship run.
Yes, they did, and, well-deserved, and both these teams, great seasons. Unfortunately, somebody's got to come out on the short side of things.
And the Milledgeville side, I mean, that was a Cinderella run, knocking off some pretty high-powered teams there, Coach.
Well, you look at who they had to go through, and Amboy had to play West Central, who, even though West Central was a little down compared to a couple years ago when they won the state title game against Amboy, you could never put it past Coach Kirby and what he's going to put it on the field. And they went through them, a Martinsville team that I think was highly underrated this year. Martinsville team that, and the key thing for this is that they didn't have an issue with anyone through the playoffs. They didn't really have a close game through the playoffs.
No, the Martinsville game was close at halftime.
Right,
it was a 6-point game, but. And kind of like that third quarter here, that second quarter of that Amboy-Martinsville game was that way. Amboy scored a couple times there in the first half, and Martinsville answered right back on the next play. But there again, the Amboy defense clamping down there in the second half.
Attrition.
Really, yeah, exactly.
And you look at Milledgeville, and I mean, Milledgeville's. They had to go to Ridgewood. Ridgewood was one of those teams that was maybe picked to come back here again this year for the title game. The turnover game played their way in the first half and gave them a big advantage. And then to, get Polo in the semifinal, that's a big rivalry there. So any big rivalry game, and you come back and get that win, so Milledgeville had a tough run through the playoffs.
They certainly did, and
it's that side.
This side here, Chris. Side. I think this will be the side that we can get it out there. There we go. And Coach Borders, you got the final stats here. We'll take a look at those here in just a minute.
I had to look for them. I'm like, I got them somewhere.
As we're turn yours all the way up there, sir, and we'll see if we can catch these names that are being announced here. As we've got we'll have Coach Borders taking a look at the statistics here a little bit later on here.
Assistant coach, Brad Grenoble. Head coach and athletic director, Jason Roble. Now on to the players. Number 2, Kyson Francis. Number 6, Micah Toms Smith. Number 7, Connor Johnson. Number 10, Evan Schneck. Number 16, Caleb Sarver. Number 20, Raiden Aaron. Number 22, Jaden Fromenshinkle. Number 26, Wyatt Eversole. 32, Parker Saunders. 33, Blake Wooden. 40, Bennett Nicholson. 41, Ian Rayhorn. 46, Spencer Nye. 48, Carter Livengood. 52, Alex Chappie. 54, Dalton Adrick. 63, Dave Coley. 64, Ryder Out.
I want to know where Campfire is picking Milledgeville.
71, Wyatt Out.
He was up there.
74, Jackson Sidmore. 76, Bishop Soroshan. 82, Brandon Hutchison. 83, Landon Bell. coach and the captains to accept the runners-up trophy for the Milledgeville Missiles.
All right, and we're back here. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH, as they were handing out the state runner-up hardware there for Milledgeville. And Wyatt Reed, Coach Borders, joining us here as well. Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser, we're using his mic for audio here, so we'll get him back here a little bit later on in the postgame. Coach Borders, before we go any further, let's take a look quickly at some stats before they on the Amboy side for tonight's ball game.
Real quick, nothing changed for the passing stats for Amboy. No surprise there. Ed Fry's going to end with 8 carries, 69 yards. Leffelman with 107. Klein with 67 yards. McKendry with 51. And Eddie Jones with 41 yards.
And they're going to hand out the hardware for Amboy. We'll take a look at Amboy's numbers there in just a minute. But as for right now, we'll turn our mics down there and let you listen in on the festivities.
Superintendent Jeff Crusader. Loyola Principal Emily Knuckleman. Amboy Superintendent Josh Nichols. Amboy Principal Janet Crownhart. Amboy Athletic Director George Swanberger. Statistician Denny Hicks. Statistician Chris Payne. Manager Jeremy Fry. Manager Zane Sundberg. Filmer Mike Colton. Filmer Tate Sundberg. Head coach Scott Payne. Assistant coach Tyson Powers. Assistant coach Sam Jones. Assistant coach Jeremy Wittenauer. Assistant coach and the Loyola Athletic Director Kenny Strickland. And now for the players. Number 1, Joel Billhorn. 2, Eddie Jones. Number 3, Cody Wynn. 4, Josh McKendry. Number 5, Rylan McNish. Number 6, Ed Fry. Number 7, Tucker McCoy. 21, Quinn Leffelman. Number 25, Braden Klein. 35, Tanner Welch. 36, Caleb Yano. 44, Michael Shoemaker. Number 47, Colt McCoy. Number 50, Javian Green. Number 51, Henry Klein. 52, Dylan Merriman. Number 55, Colin O'Malley. Number 58, Trevor Stenzel. Number 60, Owen Lumen. Number 68, Caleb Sugar. Number 79, Logan Ketchum. And number 83, Evan Flanagan.
And welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Chris Frankhauser, Jeff Borders here on the call, as we've got everybody with their mics back here now after all that festivities here. Chris, we missed you, but we'll get back to you here in just a second. But Coach Borders, I know, had the Amboy stats that we hadn't touched on yet here in the post game. We were going to touch Milledgeville. We hadn't touched on Milledgeville. We did touch on Amboy. My apologies there. As the trophy being hoisted for Amboy, that's got to be a good feeling moment right there.
Micah Thomas Smith going to end the contest with 12 carries for 69 yards. Spencer Nye, 5 carries for 13 yards. And Living Good is going to have 17 carries for 91 yards. And the only one on there, I wrote him on the wrong side, was Francis there at the end, is going to lose 10 yards on that sack. The big, though, is the passes at the end. A lot of them little shovel passes there at the end of the game. Living Good's going to end, let me see here, 7 for 15 for 64 yards. Smith going to be the leading receiver. He's going to have 5 receptions for 41 yards. Spencer Knight, 2 receptions for 34 yards. And Connor Johnson going to have 1 catch for 3 yards. And that, well, I take that back. The one touchdown came from, let me look at my stat here, just wrote down the number. Smith is actually going to throw it for 12 yards, and that would have been to Spencer Nye on that double pass that we had for their touchdown. So Smith also had 1 completion for 12 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, things kind of went back and forth here in this ball game in that third quarter. It was 20-0 coming out of halftime, and we saw that back and forth there. And this game really kind of turned on its head, went all towards Amboy after that onside kick opportunity, or that try that ended up getting scooped up by Amboy and returned for a touchdown for Caden Heath, the sophomore running back. And things just never really felt the same after that. That just took out whatever wind that Milledgeville had. It took out the wind in the sails, and it did it quickly here, it felt like, here, Chris.
Yeah, that was definitely the case, Wyatt. And, Milledgeville scored there a couple times, thought, okay, if you get a stop, and Amboy was able to answer right back, as we've seen that through the playoffs. So, opponents scoring. A lot of times we've seen Amboy turn right around and answer that score.
Right, and you have to remember, Milledgeville was trying to overcome a 20-point deficit from the half, so getting that first score was big for them. They drove right down, took them 7 plays, put points on the board, kicked it off. Amboy, another big run for a touchdown. Milledgeville gets the ball back. Big play from Living Good, runs it all the way down 53 yards, I think it was, for the touchdown. They come out. They've got the momentum. Hey, you know what? We've just cut back into the lead. Let's get the ball. Let's get on this onside. And as you said, Wyatt, that onside kick, when they scooped that and was able to go in untouched, at that point, sure, we've just scored 2 quick touchdowns, but we literally have nothing to show for it because we're still 20 points down.
Yeah, and credit to Amboy and their defense, which really tightened up there after that moment. And you saw Milledgeville just was unable to get anything going after that successful third quarter. The fourth quarter, they tightened things up here. And, that's just what we've seen. Chris, you and I have seen it the last 2 weeks here covering Amboy. That's kind of the thing that, carried this Clippers team to this point. They have good guys there on the offensive side, sure, but that defense really tightened up the last 2 weeks, semifinals and leading here to the state championship.
Yeah, definitely. The offense has done what the offense can do, but I really think that they've stepped up and played better on the defensive side of the ball here the last couple of weeks, and seemingly getting, a good defense has really cranked it up here at the times that they needed to for the Clippers.
Certainly, and this road to Monmouth, it certainly hasn't been an easy one for either side. A lot of firepower was taken down to get to this point, and I think, again, I've mentioned it many times here in the postgame, but I think that's the one thing that we can't forget here. Milledgeville came in. Nobody, when they saw Milledgeville as the 6th seed, saw them being here, and you got to credit them, coaching, the players. They fought and they earned their way here to Monmouth tonight. Yeah, they did, and like I said, we've mentioned the pregame. Coach Warble talked about it. They made that change at quarterback. And no sight to Mr. Francis for them. He had a heck of a season as a freshman, but they put that little wrinkle in, as you said. And I think, Jeff, maybe you mentioned it, that I think maybe that caught Ridgewood a little off guard in that second round. It was a look that they didn't maybe expect to see. And, look what it got them. It got them a win over a very good Ridgewood team who handed Amboy their only loss this year, right, and then got payback on Polo for their loss in the regular season.
Yeah, when you can go in, you prepare all week for what you're watching on film, and you've got a team that, like Milledgeville, that has all these weapons on the offense, and it's a completely different offense that you weren't prepared for. It throws a monkey wrench in there, and as you said, the coach made the adjustments, but between the turnovers and, seeing something that you didn't prepare for all week, you're already behind the 8 ball on that. And, I watched the second half of that game, and they made a very, very good effort. And once they kind of figured it out, they got back on track and they started making it a contest. But Milledgeville had already put them too far back, and they just couldn't make up that deficit.
Right.
Well, and I think you look here at these rosters, the one thing that I think sticks out, especially when you're talking about Milledgeville and the fact that they got here, they're not losing a lot of their guys. They are losing Micah Tom Smith. He is a senior this year, but you look, I'm only counting about 5 or 6 seniors on this roster here for Milledgeville. But when you look at the Amboy side, Amboy is going to be a very different ball club when you look next year. A lot of seniors on this team, be it that's how they were able to get back here for the second straight year. But it's going to be an interesting team looking at Amboy next year and whether or not they can get back to try to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, and you look, you're losing your quarterback, graduates, McKendry, Leffelman, Klein, Ed Fry. Those are all seniors. Those are all key cogs on your offense and on your defensive side of the ball. So, yeah, it's, there's talent there. The cover's not going to be completely bare for Coach Payne next year, but you're losing a senior class that's won back-to-back state titles. So, you're going to have to reload, but, what a run for Amboy the last couple of years.
And, Coach, what kind of, changes are you – I guess the thing is, how do you approach the offseason knowing that you're losing all that firepower if you're Coach Payne here for Amboy?
Well, I don't have to pretend I'm Coach Payne. I know the firepower that we have to replace, and it's a next man up mentality. We have you have backups on the field. You have players that practice behind these starters, week in and week out. And when they get their opportunity, it's their time to take center stage and do everything that they've learned their freshman, their sophomore, their junior years playing behind these seniors. And it's time for them to step up and as I said, take center stage.
42-14, our final score here in the I8FA state championship game as Milledgeville falls to Amboy. Amboy back-to-back state championships here in 8-man football, and what a ball game. We certainly appreciate the folks here at Monmouth College hosting, as the kids still celebrating with the trophy here on the field as they're getting their pictures with everybody. Again, we hope to talk to both head coaches here, with Milledgeville head coach Jason Rorbel, and then the winning head coach Scott Payne here on the postgame show here on TSSR. And we appreciate everybody that's been joining us here tonight. We've obviously had a lot of people. I think I saw we had 2,500 viewers at one point here tonight.
That's awesome.
We got coaches and players? All right.
All right.
All right, sounds good. We got some players, it looks like, for the Milledgeville side.
Yep. I can't go that way. Gotta go this way.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right,
Tell you what, why don't we pull this chair? You want to throw that chair outside? Don't throw it. Just. I'm going to give you this.
And welcome back, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed on the call here of our state championship game. We've also got Jeff Borders joining us here, and we're talking with Milledgeville Missiles senior running back Micah Tom Smith joining us here. Micah, we appreciate the time here. Obviously not the result that you guys wanted here tonight, but I tell you what, one thing I will say about your ball club, you guys went out there and you gave it your all. You left it all out there on the field, and I think that's what everybody can say about you guys there out there tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a special group of guys, and every win or lose, these guys are fighting for everything they have, and our coaches preach to leave everything out there every single game. So you want to have no doubts when your season's over. You want to look back and not have any regrets. And I feel like, there's here and there say you could pick up and say that, you messed up. But
well, you guys, I think, came out here tonight. You had a really good game plan there defensively. You were able to get the stop there on the opening drive, and things were kind of vibing there a little bit for you guys. Those first couple of drives, were there jitters on your side? How were those first few drives getting into the swing of things here in the state championship game?
No, I wouldn't say jitters. Just, Amboy's a powerhouse up front, and, some missed assignments, and you got to live with it, though. I would say more so execution, but that comes back to us, and we know we messed up, so we got to swallow that and move on.
But you have to remember too, there's only 2 teams that make it this far in the year. You guys overcame, got some revenge there last week against Polo. I know that felt good, and you guys are here. You and Amboy are the only 2 teams that can say you did that, and the fact that you guys, there was no quit. I'm watching you run down here at the end. You didn't want to get up off the sideline there. After, I think it was on the kick return. You took about 4 hits, and you kind of laid there, and you're like, no, I got to get up. Yeah. And that's a testament to you, and it's a testament to your teammates and to your coach, because even knowing at that point, hey, you know what, it's bleak. We don't have a lot. You didn't quit, and that says a lot about you, and that's a good thing. And your younger classmen that see that, the ones that are going to be taking the spots next year, they're going to learn from that also. So as a coach and as a former player, I say that's good on you. That sets the example for these younger players. So I'm glad to see that.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely pride ourselves on, like I said, effort. And, I would never quit on those guys because I know they'll never quit on me. They got my back, I got theirs, and proud of them. And I want to see them do great things next year, absolutely.
Micah Tom Smith, the senior running back for Milledgeville, the Milledgeville Missiles, the state runner-up. We appreciate the time here. Micah, best of luck on your future endeavors there, and congratulations making it this far.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Micah Tom Smith here, TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And we'll chat a little bit here with Carter Livingood as he will join us here. He's on his way into the studio. The starting quarterback here in tonight's ball game for Milledgeville. As Carter, we appreciate the time here chatting with us here. Again, obviously not the result you guys wanted here tonight, but as I told Micah there just a moment ago, you guys gave it your all. You left everything that you had out there, and it was kind of a good back and forth there in the third quarter. But you guys have kind of been through a lot here. The big change there, you getting the call there at quarterback, and you were able to lead this team here to this state championship game. What has this ride been like for you, getting that call and then leading this team as far as you did?
It's been amazing. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm grateful to the coaching staff for seeing something in me. I'm so happy for our guys doing this with such a small squad. I mean, we got 20 kids on our whole team, and we go out there, we fight, and we left it all out there. And I'm proud of my guys for making it this far. Not the outcome, but I'm proud.
You know, you were out there, and it seemed like every time you had the ball in your hand, we wasn't for sure what's going to happen, because you would take 3 or 4 hits, and then you'd go out the other side. You know, we called your name so much, and I know you were I had the stats here somewhere. I don't know where I put them. You were the leading carrier on your team, and when you broke that, you dropped back and you just had all that gap in front of you, you know, and you took off running like that, you know. That was one of those things that we're watching. It's like, this kid's just all over the place. You know, you're throwing the ball, you're running the ball, and the fact that you just took this position 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, you know, that, hey, like I was telling him, you know, that's just good on your coaches, but more that's good on you, because that's a whole lot to learn in a short time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm adaptive. I think I got guys around me that are helping me. Coaching staff, obviously, putting me in the position to succeed. On that play, I got to thank my guys blocking downfield. I mean, setting up blocks. I mean, that wouldn't have happened without them. And just, I mean, seeing something and going, and you just got to make plays in big games.
Well, and you showed your toughness on that run, but then you showed your toughness down the stretch there. Even when things weren't going your way in the fourth quarter, you guys never quit. You were giving it your all out there, and even though you weren't getting the results you wanted, you wanted this Amboy team to know that, hey, we're going to give you everything that we've got until that final whistle blows.
Yeah, I'm proud of them. Amboy's a great team, great running team. They out-physicaled us today, and that's what I said on Tuesday when I had an interview, that we were going to have to beat them in the run game, but they played a better game today, and they came out victorious.
He's tonight's starting quarterback, Carter Livingood, joining us here. He's a junior. He'll be back next year.
Yes, sir.
And congratulations on a great season, getting to this point. And it was a fun ride. We appreciate the time.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Carter Livingood here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And we're going to talk with the Milledgeville head coach. That is Jason Roble joining us here on TSSR in just a moment, as he will grab the headset and we'll chat.
We may have to adjust the camera here. He's a little taller than us.
Yes, indeed. Jason Roble joining us here on TSSR. And, Coach, again, not the result that you guys were looking for here tonight, but, I mean, what a ride. You guys come into this playoffs as the 6th seed, and you had to change at quarterback. I mean, it's been a wild ride for you guys here. To be here, though, has to be a pretty good feeling regardless of what happened out there on the field here tonight.
Yeah, it is. Tough game. Amboy's a really good football team. We knew that coming down. We knew we'd have to play really well. I think there was a couple times we maybe didn't execute as well as we should, but I was happy with our effort the whole game. Coming back out of halftime, I thought we sort of clawed back in, but every time we sort of clawed back in, Amboy responded, and they're a good football team. We knew that. But, yeah, we're very proud of the kids. You know, worked hard all season. We're not a big team, 23 kids on the roster. One of the smallest teams in 8-man, and to come down here and play a powerhouse like Amboy, the score got a little away from us there, but I thought we made it competitive the whole way through.
Yeah, and things, you weren't able to get that offense going there, but when you guys were trading punches there in that third quarter, I mentioned it a couple of times on the broadcast, it felt like just things kind of got a little deflated after that return for the touchdown there. Did you feel like that was the turning point here in this ball game?
Yeah, I think so. I thought we had the right mindset coming out of halftime that, hey, we're only down 3 scores, and we didn't play particularly great that first half, and we came out and responded, and we put 2 scores on the board. But then, we thought that Amboy player, number 20, I think it was his name. He had that nice return there.
It was Caden Heath on the return.
Caden, he bobbled that one onside. We're like, let's try it again. Maybe we'll get one. And he was ready for it. And we unfortunately didn't go down, and we just threw an arm out there trying to stop him. And it was a heads-up play by him. Great job, and that was a great response for Amboy. And that I do think that was pretty deflating.
Well, Coach, coming in, you're only one of 2 teams that have made it this far, and that's what I told your running back was like, hey, you got to keep your head up. You're only one of 2 teams that's been here. Every this game, someone has to come out a loser, but the fact that you got to keep your head up that you made it this far. What was it that you told them after the game, so that way losing's never a good thing, but you have to take some solace in the fact that you're only, you're the runner-up in this contest, and not everyone else gets to say that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I said. I said, hey, it stings right now. This wasn't the outcome we wanted right now. But you guys have a lot to be proud of. You shouldn't have your heads down. That we had a phenomenal season, and a couple years down the line from now, maybe a couple months from now, you're going to have a lot of pride in what you accomplished this year.
Well, and you don't have a lot of seniors. I mean, I know you're a small roster, but you got a lot of firepower coming back next year. Does that feel good as the head coach, knowing that you've got a lot of these guys who know what this is going to feel like coming back next year? They're going to be even hungrier coming into next season.
Yeah, I hope so. You always hope that an experience like this will just light that fire a little bit more. We got, we lose 5 seniors, Micah and Wyatt and Alex and Jackson Sidmore and Micah, Dalton Adamek, 5 seniors we lose. A couple of those guys are 2-way starters. But again, hopefully the young guys see what it takes and saw this experience and are hungry, because we got some young guys that have to develop and step up and spend some time in the offseason and become better football players.
Jeff, any final thoughts for Coach?
Coach, congratulations on on the appearance here in the state title game. We didn't get to play you this year. I'm kind of thankful on that one. Maybe when the schedules come out, we'll see you next year. But congratulations on making this far, and good luck on next season.
Thank you guys. Thanks for the coverage, and I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Head coach of the Milledgeville Missiles, Jason Roble, joining us here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Congratulations, Coach, on a great season.
Thanks, guys.
And
what's it start, Monday?
We've
already started.
It's Thanksgiving break Monday. I think I'm gonna sleep in.
So the Monday after that's what you're saying.
Well, get some rest. You've earned it, and we'll see you next year. We appreciate the time.
All right, thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Head
Coach.
coach of the Milledgeville Missiles, Jason Roble, joining us here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, also joined by Jeff Borders here this evening. We'll get Chris back in here. Chris Frankhauser, as he sneaks his way around the camera there. Grab your headset there, my friend.
I have to snake my way around things. I know Coach Payne's down dealing with some radio
obligations.
That's the word.
That's the word.
You and I worked long enough together.
We've done this for what? I don't
forever.
We don't want to show your age.
Well, I think
your age.
Yeah.
Well, I think what we saw there from those guys who we just talked to there, especially head coach Roble there, and we appreciate the time there from Milledgeville. This team, I mentioned it to him. This team's going to come back hungry next year. They're only losing 5 guys, which, you've got some 2-way players that they're losing. This team's going to come back hungry next year. I'm excited to see how Milledgeville approaches next season.
Yeah, and you got Mr. Francis coming back 1,100 as a freshman, threw for over 1,100 yards for this squad. So, the cupboard's not bare for the Missiles, and they can just build off of this experience of getting to the Final 2 here in 8-man football.
And I think there's just some teams you don't even consider that they're going to have a bad year. Milledgeville, we know they're gonna these guys losing all that they're losing, they're gonna come back strong next year. Polo, they're gonna come back. You just don't ever think that some teams are gonna have a bad year.
You never know.
We got some players here from Amboy, so I'm going to do the camera dance again.
Sounds good. Chris Frankhauser here on TSSR. We're going to talk to some of the Clippers stars here tonight as Amboy, again, winning 42-14 here in the state championship game. And joining us here first off is Quinn Luffelman here, star running back here for the Amboy Clippers. Quinn, thank you for the time. Congratulations on the state championship here.
I'll
Boy,
shake your hand. He missed you.
I missed you there. My apologies. I'll get you here after we're done here. But, Quinn, I tell you what, this thing kind of got started real early for you. Your second carry of the ball game, you were able to break it 40 yards. Good blocking from your guys up front, and that's been the case all season long for this team.
Yeah, I mean, every time you get the ball, you expect and hope that your linemen are going to do their job. And, when they called that play, I had hope and had faith in my linemen to do their job, and, he saw the result.
Well, and every time I've either covered you or heard or seen coverage surrounding you guys, the name that was always brought up was Leffelman, flying all over the field, both offensively and defensively. What is your approach to every ball game that you're able to put so much effort in on both sides of the football?
Do my job. That's always what Clipper football is about, and that's what our coaches teach us. Discipline, do our job, and everyone does their job. These are the type of results you're going to get.
And it paid off here in the state championship game, a long run for you, Coach.
So I've had the mispleasure of having to see you three times now. Actually, I'm not coaching against you today. First off, you're a beast, man. I've enjoyed coaching, watching you, beat us up in the games that we played against you. But you do, as you just said, you execute, and you execute well. When you have to block for your guys, you block your guy to the whistle. And if he gets knocked out of the way, you go find someone else. So, that's a testament to you, and it's been enjoyable to watch. You came out here today, your first run, I think you were stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Your next two runs got you 70 yards. Now, I know you attest that to your lineman as well, but you have a vision out there, and when you run that, what is it? I know there's a little try and mitigate what you could do, and it didn't work. I mean, sometimes there's just players that and it's the one thing, though, is you can't stop one player, as you said, if everyone does their assignment. If all 8 of you out there do what you're supposed to do, you can't be stopped. Mm-hmm. And that's a testament to you, your other players, and your coaches for getting you guys on that mindset.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it 100 times over, we got the best coaching staff in the league. And, whether it's 2 plays that work for the other team or 3, it seems like they always fix it in 1 and try something different. And, there's always adjustments being made on the field, at halftime, at timeouts, and I feel like our coaching staff does a really good job of, always keeping us in line, switching things up, switching blocking assignments, and, it showed on the scoreboard.
Well, it's led to you guys winning 2 straight championships here. I don't know if I want to ask this question or not, but I think I'm going to have to now that I've said it. Which one was sweeter, winning the first one last year or winning this one here going back-to-back?
That is a terrible question.
Well, I won't make you answer it, but we enjoyed watching you here tonight, man, and congratulations. Your senior season, you finish it off with 2 back-to-back championships, so congratulations to you and best of luck to you on your future endeavors, man.
Thank you.
Pleasure to watch you here tonight.
Yeah,
and Quinn Leffelman joining us here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. I'll grab that from you, and we will talk as one all-stater to another. We get the starting quarterback here, senior quarterback Eddie Jones here, who also plays well.
So he was the humble one. Does that mean you're going to talk?
Eddie Jones joining us here now on TSSR, the starting quarterback for the Amboy Clippers, and also had to play there defensively in this ball game. So we'll talk a little bit about that coming up here. But 2 straight championships, just talked about it with Quinn here. Feels pretty good here winning again in Monmouth.
Yeah, it feels great. On my senior year, too. There's nothing you could ask for really like that.
Absolutely, and, it just felt like here tonight that you guys were under control right from the get-go. Your offense was just moving down the field. Yeah, you kind of struggled there on that opening drive, but then after that, you guys were able to run down the field. You had a 3-score lead at the half, and then even when Milledgeville, threw their punches, you guys stayed with it, did your thing, and it led to the big 42-14 win here tonight.
Yeah, well, as a part of the quarterback, you got to calm the line down, and everyone's getting frustrated at the start. And I was just like, hey guys, they're gonna get stuff on us, all right. The coaches have been saying it too, and then that's the result after we stopped yelling at each other and everything. We don't really yell at each other. That's bad, but
we don't coaching each other up.
Even if you do, though, that's a part of football. Though,
we weren't really yelling at each other. We were just trying to hype each other up, but sometimes that doesn't work.
Well, hey, it worked for you guys here tonight. If that is what happened there, certainly no shame in that. It led to your second straight championship here in 8-man football. And you guys have always, coming off of the state championship last year, you kind of always have had that target on your guys' back. What was the message all season long, though, knowing that people were coming after you, the defending champions, and able to pull this off still with that target on your back? It has to feel pretty good.
It does feel pretty good. But usually every week, Coach Payne always says that we always have a target on our back. We have to be perfect. And we just got to, get the job done. But, yeah, we just got to be perfect. And this is the results we're going to get.
So you come in here, you've got the tailback by committee behind you. And I don't know where I put my stats. I had them here somewhere. But you're I think every single one of you guys had over 50 yards tonight. Yeah. Of course, Leffelman had over 100. Yeah. But what's it like to know that whenever you turn around, it doesn't matter which one it is, that you have a chance it's going to the house?
Yeah. I mean,
does that make it easy for you?
Yeah, it makes it real easy for me, so I don't have to be nervous, handing off the ball. If I put it anywhere, they're going to get it. And, I mean, I have full trust in all three of them. I mean, they're just unbelievable backs. I'd take 24 of them if I could. But they're just unbelievable.
Well, and like I said, it has led here to the state championship 2 years in a row, and just able to wear down the defenses there. But what was kind of going through everybody's mind when Milledgeville was making that rally there in that third quarter? Did you go to the huddle and say something? What was happening there in the third quarter that calmed everybody down?
I mean, everyone was getting frustrated. And I'm just like I said at the start of this, I said, they're going to get some on us, all right? It's a state game. They're pumped up. We're pumped up. They're going to get one on us. So I tried to calm down. We all calmed down. And we just got back to our roots and got back to work.
When you saw that onside kick go for the touchdown.
I mean, I was it dumb? Maybe. But it worked out.
He's supposed to dive on it, right?
Yeah. When I saw him picked it up, my mouth dropped. And Coach Payne was next to me, and he was like, no way. And he just broke off.
Does he play shortstop?
He doesn't even play baseball.
Well, you might want to, because that was a heck of a second base or a short, nice little short hop and gone.
Yeah. Well, Eddie Jones, we appreciate the time here. Congratulations, 2 straight championships. You at the helm there at the quarterback position. Congratulations, and we appreciate you chatting with us here afterwards.
Thank you, guys.
And absolutely. I can't say I won't be sorry to see you next year.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, one of the many seniors here on this Amboy Clippers squad here. TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. Wyatt Reed, Jeff Borders, Chris Frankhauser, waiting for Coach Payne to join us here. One final interview here before we wrap things up here tonight. But it has been quite the journey there, and seeing those two guys, at the helm, Eddie leading things offensively, and then Quinn running things from the up back position. Those are 2 fun guys to watch, and I'm excited to see what the future has for those guys.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, they've been a lot of fun to watch. I know. Coach, not fun.
Maybe
for
not
you.
for Coach Borders, but
like I told him, I told Mr. Jones when he left there, I don't regret that I don't get to see him play against us anymore. And I told Leffelman when he was in here, I've had the displeasure of watching you run all over us this year. So, but still watching, and I said this at the beginning, these guys execute, and I stole the term. They execute, excellence of execution, and that's what they do. And Leffelman have said that we do our job, we execute, and you see the results when you've got 8 guys on the field and all 8 guys do their job. This is what you get.
Well, and I found that interesting, though, that, Eddie brought up the fact that, guys were kind of freaking out there a little bit there. But, once the nerves go away, you kind of go back to your coaching. You lean on that coaching. And when you've got one of the best there in the business on your sideline, it doesn't take long for after the yelling, subsides for things to kind of go back to normal. And we saw that here tonight.
Yeah, they didn't get off to the start. We had, a couple of false start penalties that is very unusual for Amboy squad. Maybe a little bit of nerves. They've been here before, but, we talked. There's going to be nerves every game. No matter how many times you've been to a state title game, regular season game you played, there's going to be nerves. So, and they got past that little hiccup, and they answered the bell. When we talked about that in the third quarter, every time Milledgeville scored, Amboy had an answer there. in that third quarter, and we've seen that with Amboy this year. Like I said, the Martinsville game was that way in the second quarter. Last week, when we saw Pawnee and Amboy, it was, Amboy kind of steamrolled things early, but when Pawnee did answer back with a score, what did Amboy do? They went back down the field and scored, and like Jeff said, I think earlier, they get back in the game and then they're down 20 again.
Yep.
And I think that the steam out of the sails really got taken out on the onside kick return for a touchdown. I mean, how fluky a play is that? And you think, okay, you're going to get a chance to go on defense again, and then wham, they take it right down the field and score and go back to a 20-point lead at that point. So, and like you said, Coach, step up. They do their job, and they do it well. Nothing real fancy, but man, do they do their job well.
I think when you look at that third quarter stretch, if you take even one touchdown off the board and it's a 14-point lead, and you keep cutting that lead in half, even if that kick return goes back for the touchdown, you're still only 14 down. You're still 2 scores. That's an easy comeback, especially in 8-man football, because there's big plays that happen all the time. But when you're down 20, that 3 scores, that's a hard mountain to climb.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said at the beginning of the game, and I didn't really get a chance to elaborate when we were talking about like what Milledgeville needed to do. Milledgeville needs to play from the front. They can't chase because, and this is why, once Amboy got that lead, it is really hard to get them off the field. With the running style that they have, they can run a lot of clock off. And to be honest, until the very end of the game, they didn't even really take that opportunity to run a lot of clock off. They were still going no huddle. But when you get 5-6 yards a pop, you can't get them off the field quick enough. So that 20 points becomes almost insurmountable, which it ended up being insurmountable, where if it's a 14-point game, those back and forth, it's still you can still play with that.
Yeah, still within 2 scores.
Yeah, but like Wyatt said, that kick return, and it was just like that balloon that they were trying to inflate just slipped out of the hand and flew away.
Coach Payne's here, so I will do the camera dance again.
Sounds good. You're getting good at it at this point here, Chris.
You show them how to do it when you
well, anyway, one final interview here before we call it a night here, and what a broadcast it's been here. State championship game, I8FA, here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. And
Coach,
talking with Coach Payne here, head coach Scott Payne from the victorious Amboy Clippers. Coach, congratulations, 2 in a row for you guys. 3rd straight trip to the state championship game. I mean, I know it doesn't get old here for you guys, but, I mean, you guys have got this down to a science at this point, and it was on full display here tonight. Everything seemed to go right for you right from the jump outside of that 3-and-out on the first drive.
Yeah.
Things kind of went your way after that.
Yeah, it did. I think our line on both sides of the ball controlled the line of scrimmage, and that's what we knew was going to be key coming into this game. And, I'm happy for this entire team. These kids work so hard and put up a lot. Every single day, listen to me, get mad at them or yell or this or that. So I'm just extremely happy for all of them.
So when Milledgeville was starting to, make a rally there in that third quarter, right out of the half, you just mentioned there, you yelling at, I don't know if you were yelling at them or not. We couldn't really see up here in the press box, but what was said kind of in the huddles on the sideline that kind of got everything back on track, and then you guys were able to go out there and take control there in the fourth quarter?
Milledgeville made a great adjustment at half to start running the ball. They were double teaming our ends, and the guys in the booth told me that. So I just got the kids together and said, everyone just relax, calm down. Remember, just do your job, play your position, and read your keys. And we made a little bit of adjustment, started slanting a little more, and obviously it helped out a lot when we started doing that. So that was very important for us in the second half.
And then I think the play that kind of blew things open for you guys was that return. Was the play, just land on it, or
yes,
is it always pick it up and run if you get the chance to?
I've only seen that one other time, and it happened against us 4 years ago at Hiawatha. And when he picked it up, it was one of them, no, okay, go plays. So, it was a great thing to see. That not only him doing that, but the onside he recovered before that was huge because Milledgeville had a lot of momentum at that point in time, both of those times in the game. And those 2 plays are huge that Caden Heath made. And, like I said, this is it was one of those, go down, okay, just go ahead and score. So, it was a great thing to see.
So, Coach, you kind of talked about it in the pregame. You had that, you had the loss. But you had to come all the way to Bushnell and play us on week 4, and then turn around from a Saturday game to a Thursday game to play a very tough Ridgewood team. And the question has been all year is like, is that a fluke game? The Ridgewood's good, and I'm not taking anything away from Ridgewood. But with that short of a turnaround and the 2 long drives you had to make, how much did that play into any of that?
Honestly, it didn't. Ridgewood outplayed us that night. Plain and simple. Like you said, Ridgewood's a very good football team. Pat Elder does a tremendous job there.
Yes.
And, they had to do the same thing. They played Saturday. I know they didn't have to drive. But, they played Saturday too. But, that night, Ridgewood outplayed us. They outplayed us. They controlled the line of scrimmage. And, like I said, that was probably the best thing to happen for us at that point in time was to take that loss and kind of hit the reset button and start over.
Well, I told Leffelman when he was in there, I said I had the displeasure of watching him run all over us this year, and I wasn't going to be sorry that he wouldn't be there next year when we play you guys again. But looking at your roster, you have some new people you're going to have to put into positions for next year. And, we were kind of talking about it. I got asked what, and I said, you have the next man up mentality.
Yes.
Is that where you're at right now also? I mean, I'm sure you have guys that have, juniors and sophomores that have watched the last 2 years last year, kind of where they're at right now then?
Yeah, it's the next man up mentality. And, like I just said in the radio interview, our seniors set the tone for the underclassmen on, what they got to do as far as lifting weights and running and everything. And the younger classmen obviously see the results. And when you get results like that, it's kind of hard for the underclassmen to say, well, I don't want to do that. Well, no, because if you want this, you got to do this. And, yes, it's the next man up mentality. We got a lot of holes we got to fill for next year. But, hey, we're going to do it. And, we'll be ready to go next season. But like I just said, we're going to enjoy this for about the next month or so before we worry about next year yet.
Well, I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to end it on this. I told the guys at the beginning, and I kind of stole a quote for some old WWF wrestling. You guys are like the excellence of execution. You have 8 guys on the field to do their job, and when they do that, this is the result that you get. And when, as coaches, we're trying to coach our kids, you're the example that we use. Watch all 8 of these guys because all 8 of them do their job. So that's a testament to you and how you've got these guys and that mentality. And, that's why you've been here 3 straight years. And when you got like players like Quinn was in here and I was asking something, he goes, I don't want to talk about myself. That's just a good kid.
That's how he is.
He goes out there, he does his job every time, and he's very humble and that's I think that also reflects back on you guys as a coaching staff. So with that, congratulations on another state title, and I guess we'll be waiting for you next year.
Well, thank you. That means a lot. I appreciate you saying that, and coming from another coach, that means a lot. And it's like you said, we're not a flashy team. People know what we're going to do, but we just work on the plays every single day and make sure everybody knows how to do their job. And when everyone does their job, it looks really good.
Well, Coach, it's been a pleasure covering you. This is my 3rd time seeing you guys in person. 2 of the last 2 weeks, getting to see you in person. Always a pleasure. Congratulations,
Thank
2
you.
straight championships, and we'll look to see you back here next year, making it number 3 potentially.
Well, thank you very much. And, like I said, we appreciate everything you guys do. The coverage you give to the whole 8-man is great. We love it. And, getting the game out there, you guys do a tremendous job, and we totally appreciate you guys more than you'll ever know.
Absolutely. Coach Payne,
Thank
appreciate
you.
the time. Congratulations. 2 in a row
Thank you.
for Amboy, 3 straight trips, and we certainly appreciate the time. Well, I think that's about to wrap things up for me here. We'll see if we get Chris on here for final thoughts from both of you fellas before we call it a night here. We appreciate Coach Payne. We appreciate the players joining us here on TSSR Game Time Live, brought to you by MDH. We appreciate the guys from Milledgeville joining us as well. Always good to chat with them here. Even though it wasn't the best of circumstances for those guys, we certainly appreciate the time. Guys, final thoughts here after seeing a 42-14 win here for Amboy tonight before we sign off.
Just Amboy doing Amboy things, I guess. Seeing them here the last few weeks, just impressive. As Coach said, they do their job, and they do it very well. And Coach Payne said, they're not fancy, but, man, you don't have to be fancy if you do your job as well as they do.
Yeah, when you can execute, you don't need a big playbook. If you could just run the plays that you have and you run them perfectly, it's hard for another team to stop them. And when you've got one play that's getting stopped, you may have your second play you go to. And, I think we've all seen these guys 3 times this year. Have you seen them?
Oh,
4?
This is my fourth
time. So I've seen them 3 times and, a whole lot of film on them. So I've said from the beginning of the year when we were watching them, this is probably the best team in the state, and they proved I'm not a liar.
They proved that right here tonight for the second straight year here at Monmouth. We certainly appreciate everybody joining us here tonight. It was a lot of fun broadcasting this one. We appreciate everybody for joining us. And, it's been a fun ride getting
the big
to this
crew.
point.
The big crew here running cameras and behind the scenes.
Came out of retirement.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be able to do it without those great
Yes,
folks.
absolutely.
And we appreciate everybody pitching in here tonight, and I appreciate you guys for helping out with the broadcast here tonight.
Thanks,
as
Wyatt.
well. For everybody in charge here tonight, thank you so much for watching. TSSR Game Time Live brought to you by MDH. 42-14, Amboy, the repeat champion in the I8FA. Have a great night, everybody.
Hand off, and Wart's got some running room. He's got the first down and a lot more. He's inside the 10, down inside the 5, keeps his feet moving. Touchdown, Pawnee Indians.
Inset I formation. France is going to hand it to 9. 9 out the left side across the 35, 40, and now it's a foot race. Spencer across the 50, the 35, the 25. Nobody's going to catch him, and Spencer's going to take it.
There is no better place to watch the I8FA than TSSR Game Time Live presented by MDH.
A bit far here. This one breaks the tackle to the outside. Lots of room to run, trying to make one man miss. He's able to break that tackle as well. And that's going to go in for a touchdown.
Two receivers near side, Jones and Beekman. Love's going to look to throw. Rolls out. He's got a man open. Caught. Touchdown. BPC. Brock Beekman.
Like our coverage, the footprint of 8-man football grows each year. So sit back and enjoy the ride as you watch one of the fastest growing sports in Illinois. From South Beloit to Edwardsville and from Biggsville to Martinsville, the I8FA has reinvigorated football in small towns across the land of Lincoln.
Whole lot of advantage. Coming back into flat near. Oh, what a big-time hit, and it's going to be.
And that's kind of the way that 8-man football goes. I mean, you see a lot of good defenses, but it's really just a league of offense. And here's Kelly once again to the far sideline, trying to pick up a block downfield. He's able to break that tackle, and it's going to be a one-play touchdown for West Central.
You're watching TSSR Game Time Live presented by MDH, a product of Hulett PubliPro LLC. Welcome to TSSR Game Time Live, presented by McDonough District Hospital, the broadcast home of the Illinois 8-Man Football Association State Championship. Follow the road all the way to Monmouth right here.
Hand off, and Wart's got some running room. He's got the first down and a lot more. He's inside the 10, down inside the 5, keeps his feet moving. Touchdown!